to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I think Chrissy. Is my microphone on now?
It's on.
No.
It shouldn't go up.
I'm not sure they're still hearing me, and I'm almost eating my microphone. Yeah, I understand. Let's see if that's better. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
No? A little better? A little more? How about now? No? Still can't hear me in the back there, Chrissy. Now can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm hearing it now. Are you hearing in the back? Okay. So the meeting is in order. Announcements. The next regular meeting is scheduled for Friday, August 28th at 9 a.m. here in the Community Center. Please silence or turn off your cell phones if you haven't already done so. The first item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any public comment? Chrissy, call the vote.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Branson,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
President Hoteling.
Yes. The next item on the agenda is public hearing resolution number 2020-07/2418, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to adopt the golf facility rates for fiscal year 2021. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah,
Okay.
I apologize since I wasn't here at the last meeting. I just want a clarification on trail fees. Somebody had asked me this. On the trail fees, if you don't have a cart, Mike, can't hear me? Is that better? Yes. Let me get close to it. On the question of trail fees, if you don't have a cart, no matter what, you pay the additional, if you're a member. If you do a full membership, is that correct?
Correct. That's in there, and you're going to pay that no matter what. And if you don't have a cart, you will pay an additional fee to use a cart.
That's what I'm sorry, yeah. And so if you don't have a cart, you have to pay the trail fee no matter, if you're a full member.
That's correct.
Okay. Secondly, I noticed on the rates, why did we not raise the junior executive, the membership under 18, and the summer single at all? Why do we leave those at zero?
I can tell you
I'm not sure
the reason why we proposed it that way is for the marketing value of those. Now, there's not very many of those, but for the fact of the
I mean, one of them is zero, that you're projecting, I understand that. But if we're going to take everybody up 3%, should we not take up all categories? I guess that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, the summer membership stayed at that $7.99, basically for marketing purposes. Is as we don't really have it's not a large volume of folks that take that membership, and going over that $800 mark would probably we would probably not have any.
I got to tell. If we're going up 3% across the board, we ought to go up 3% across the board. That's all I'm coming from.
I think what I'm hearing Mike say, and I don't disagree with, is that having the summer rate at just under $800 is a more attractive rate to offer marketing-wise than a rate that's over $800 and doesn't generate a significant amount of extra revenue by going up 3%, but does have that impact. I would think that If we were going to raise that, I'd probably raise it more so it still sounded like a bargain than a little over $800 instead of.
I'm going to go back to my original statement. If we're going up 3%, we go up 3%. What's the difference between $7.99 and $8.08 or $8.09 or whatever the heck it's going to be? Still a bargain. What happens when the full membership gets to be $49.99? Are we going to hold back and raise everybody else because $49.99 is a good sounding number? I mean, I'm just saying we should be consistent in what we're doing.
How many summer singles do we have?
I don't have that figure off the top of my head. I can.
Projecting 10.
It says 7 in the spreadsheet.
You're projecting 10.
You're saying
7
10?
this year.
Yeah, it's usually right around 7 to 10. I think
Oh, okay.
I think we've added a couple, but
I guess I would have to agree with Ray then. I think we ought to go 3% across the board. We're only talking 7 to 10 people. If that's going to affect 7 to 10 people, then we're affecting a whole lot more by the other 3% everywhere else.
If you want another voice, I only voted for the no increase because Mike recommended it, but I wanted to raise that the last 2-3 years, but maybe I ought to have Ray be my spokesman. But I'd go along with the 3% rate.
Okay, sounds like we've got a consensus to raise across the board 3%.
Okay, that's $823.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with that.
I just think it's the right thing to do because I like to
Rounded.
tell guys that I
Everybody.
play golf with, we're going 3% across the board.
Everybody's paying.
Everybody's going up.
We 832 10.
you gotta.
Yeah,
There is
actually,
one.
Huh? No.
There was one of them that, isn't it, what it was, it the senior over 80 or something that we needed to do something slightly different?
80 and 85.
Yeah, 80 and 85.
Yeah. We were trying to get them caught up. Yeah.
okay. Any
I got,
concerns operationally in doing that?
We can adopt the resolution with the exception of those three rates, is
yeah,
that
there were
correct?
3 that we didn't move.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we would have to re-advertise those particular rates and bring them back for the next meeting, but we can adopt the resolution with the exception of those 3 today, if that's the consensus of the board.
So just for clarification, which 3 are we not adopting today?
It would be the
Some-
junior executive, the membership under 18, and the summer single. I do have one more
Okay.
question. Again, since I apologize because I wasn't here, and I listened on the tapes, but I still didn't get this one. Did we decide on how we're going to handle membership increases going forward? I know there was conversation on it.
We didn't make a definite decision, but the 3% was based on the cost of living, essentially.
Well, can we make a decision on how we're going to do things going forward? I'll tell you, most guys that I've spoken to over this, they hate the way we're doing it because they can't see what's coming. I mean, it was 5% one year, it's 3%, it's 1%, it's 0%. And I've been told by most people that, you know, if you guys want to go 2 every year or something every year, they could work with that. They live with that. But we don't seem to be able to do that.
Well, I think the discussion that we had was that we probably would be looking at a cost of living adjustment every year, but that we can't lock in a future board. So even if we voted on something right now as this is how we're going to do it going forward, the next board could change the rules.
That's a pretty poor excuse. what does the next board got to do with this?
Well, the next board is going to set the rates for the next year.
Well, there's three of us going to be, three of you guys sitting here are going to be here next year. So if we decide to do it, why is it going to? I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Why would you make a decision or say, we can't decide today because there'll be a different board? Well, every year there's probably going to, or every other year, there's going to be a different composition of the board.
Okay, but what I'm saying is I think our general conversation was that the view is we need to be looking at going up cost of living every year on the rates, particularly since they're kind of under market right now. Now, when the market changes, we might have to adapt that as well, but to put an annual policy in place doesn't make sense because the board is going to set rates every year, and any number of factors could influence that decision. So, in general, count on a cost of living increase, but we may decide to waive that 1 year, or we may decide that we need to catch up with the market 1 year. That'll be up to the board when those rates are decided each year. That would be my view. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that.
No, I agree too. I know if we would have went with what the original board did, we'd be paying about $1,050 assessment every year. And I just don't think we should make stuff in the future. It's just like what we do in our capital projects, in our 5-year plan. I don't like telling somebody that's going to be on the board 5 years from now that they have to do it, because if I got elected 5 years from now and I didn't like it, I'd vote against it. So it's not bad to have a plan, but I don't want to stick future supervisors with stuff that we think, because it can change. As I said, we have had a lot of changes on the board, so I think Neil's evaluation of it was exactly the way I felt.
I guess I'll just go back and tell them that the board's not able to make a decision long term.
Not on rates, we can't, yeah. Okay, any other board comments or discussion? Any public comment?
Good morning, Bill Norcross. Everybody can hear me, I hope. All right, fine. You know, the golf rates are commonly acceptable when they go up at a reasonable rate. 6% was unreasonable. 3% is more palatable. 1% would be even better. But, you know, being a member here for 17 years, you keep on seeing the same old story going on. We're trying to attract new members. The Tanglewood plan was a pretty good idea. We've got a few members there. We've got buildings down the street here on Center Lake Boulevard. There's 48, 49 units. Anybody approaching those people to join the club? Because that's what we need. We need members. Members are the backbone of most golf courses. Because it's a steady rate. You know that you can anticipate at least X amount of money coming in. So what you want to do is you want to cater to the members as possible and get to a situation where you can actually turn people away. Wouldn't that be a nice situation? Right now we're in kind of a rough spot now because we don't know what the Canadians are going to come back. We don't know if we're going to lose more members. But I tell you what, if you want to increase the rates, I'd like to see a definite plan, whether it be the old saw, the marketing plan, or whatever it is to get people here so that we can increase the members. So to get that $5,000 in there, for family members, that's what we want to attract. So good luck with this new raise.
Thank you.
Good morning, Javita McKinney. Regarding the statements that were being made about the membership and fees, why not invite the people to come to the meetings if they can? Or have a dual session? Have this be virtual as well as here live, so that those people can hear what's going on and make a comment. Because a lot of people aren't reading so much now. And I actually listen to the recordings, but I'm not sure how many people will really go out of their way to do that. But maybe invite people here when they start complaining about things, have them to come to the meeting. Or have a virtual so they can come.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay.
So based on what Mr. Brooks has stated, what we need to have is a motion to amend to exclude those 3 memberships. There'll have to be a vote on the motion to amend, and then if that motion to amend passes, then there'll be a vote on the motion as amended. So we'll need, first vote is on the motion to amend, second vote is on the motion as amended.
Motion to amend.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any public comment? Call the vote.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
President Hoteling?
Yes. Now, is there a motion to approve the resolution as amended?
We've got that motion, so now the vote, there's now another vote, and that vote is on the motion as amended.
You want to do that? You want to do that?
Motion to amend.
We're good.
Motion to
We don't need
approve
another
as
motion.
amended.
As amended.
As amended.
No, we don't need another motion to amend. We just need to take the vote.
So you take the vote
Okay,
on the motion.
Let's take the vote.
as amended.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
President Hoteling?
Yes. Okay.
So what'll happen now is we'll get those 3 rates that are being changed. We'll get those advertised, and then we'll have that. I guess we can bring that back at the next board meeting, Tanya? Okay.
And the next item is the resolution number 2020-72419, a resolution of Sun and Lake Improvement District to renew the golf membership discount program for fiscal year 2001, which is the discount for new members for the first year. Is that any staff clarification on what this motion is, this resolution is?
Motion.
Oh, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Mike, can you clarify this one for us?
Yeah, so that is our 50% off first-year membership program. We ran it through the first year, and in your packet, you should have my recommendation of why we should move on with it for a second year. It was very successful this first year, and I feel that a little bit of that might have been some folks that were not members here that just saw a one-year value and accepted it in that motion. But most of the folks that we spoke to, had given us a verbal that they wanted to join a membership for next year. They fall in all various categories of age. With those verbal commitments, that was earlier in the year, so things could have changed. But I still feel like year 2 would be the one that will be indicative of how this program will be for the foreseeable future after that. But year 1 was very successful.
Okay. Any board discussion?
No, I'm going to go along with it just because we don't have no idea how it's going to work till this is going. So I'm interested in how it works, and I hope it's successful. But it's kind of hard to vote against it till we know what it's doing. So
Well, it certainly brought us some new members.
Yes.
Whether or not we'll keep them is the
got-
big call.
I got a problem. I don't know why we're doing this now. Nobody, to my knowledge, has signed up from the program yet. Why don't we wait and see what really happens? It doesn't hurt anybody. I mean, don't we want to know for sure? I mean, right now, nobody, not one person has signed up from this program to a full-year membership or any kind of membership, because none of us have.
Well, yes, but in fairness, this program has not been in place for a year, so they haven't had an opportunity to renew.
I
at the
agree,
full
I
rate.
agree, but when we put this program into place, we said if the people who rejoin is minuscule, we're not going to continue with the program. So my only question is, why don't we wait and find out? I mean, it's 3 months, it's not going to hurt anything. Why am I extending this for another year when I don't even know what happened? We can extend it October 1st. Then we'll know how many people have re-signed up.
I think, Ray, there's only 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 that will sign up, have a chance to renew by October 1st,
Out of the 46?
out of the 46,
There's 52.
or 52, or whatever it is, so that's all I'm saying, it's just too tough.
Yeah, I think it showed good promise in bringing in the initial memberships. It should show good promise to bring in initial memberships for another discounted year for people, and we'll see how the renewal goes. I mean, we can always cancel it, but I would say let's keep it going and see what else it brings us, and then we'll have a sense well into the year as to how the renewal goes, and we can decide to continue it a third year or say, okay, we're not getting the conversion that we were looking for. But I would certainly be in favor of moving it for another year.
How many people do you have in your budget as going into this program next year?
Well, when we vetted that list, that is part of the, when you see it in that membership stuff, those numbers do reflect in there.
How many?
25.
How many did you put in? That's what,
We reflected it at about 50% retention rate, but I think it's going to be slightly higher than that.
I understand that.
So that's about
Did
20,
you put
25.
new members in your budget under this program?
Yes, in our assumptions, yes, about 50% would be at the 25 or 26 range, but I think it could actually end up being higher, possibly, but 25, 26.
That's the retention.
Yes, that is our projected retention for year one.
He's asking about how many new members are you
in
projecting?
in the plan under this?
Roughly 25 out of the 52, so 25, 26.
No, there's 25 projected for the new 50% off, 9 full and 16 individual in that spreadsheet at the 50% program. I think
So that's-
16
okay, so-
new members under this plan.
16 singles and 9 full, so 25 total. So you got
Okay.
25 retention
All
and
right.
25 new.
That's what I was after.
50
Yeah.
total. 50 total.
No, wait, 50
25.
total what?
20
25 under the new program and 25 retained from this current
Right,
year's
25
program.
are retained going into full membership.
Correct.
You got 25 new members in the budget
For this
coming in at
program.
50%
Correct.
of whatever the rate is.
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
Any further board discussion? Any public comment?
Bill Norcross, resident. Pardon me. The 50% discount membership seems to be working it's limping along, I understand that. But I kind of have to disagree a little bit with having it announced, advertised. People are going to be signing up in probably September, October to come down here, and whether they are looking for a house or the option to join a golf course, they have to know how much it costs. So, in your advertising, you should be able to indicate there are special first-year memberships available. At least you cover yourself on that deal. So we want to increase the members as best we possibly can and give as much information as possible to potential customers. Okay? Thank you.
I have one more question I forgot.
Oh, okay.
Mike, on the summer memberships, I think last year we let people slide and we gave them this option, even if they had a summer membership prior. I'm hoping that we're not doing that going forward.
I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. You said the summer membership.
I think, if I remember right, Cliff made an exception, and people who had summer memberships prior, he let be eligible for this program.
So they could buy an annual at 0.5% for the first year.
Correct. Okay, I follow you now. So
I'm hoping we don't do that going forward. Is that a safe statement?
that would be a consensus of the board. I'm good with whatever you guys feel. I mean, we don't necessarily.
Mike, don't we have people signed up this month for half price?
Right, so.
I mean, so it's been going on.
So some people have signed up for this program in lieu of the summer membership.
Right, that's what I.
Correct, so that is happening, but I understand what Mr. Brooks is saying is, if somebody has joined a summer membership in the past, in the 50% off program, it is only for folks who have never been a member before or a certain time period of like 5 or 7 years. Do we allow a summer membership the opportunity to join this new membership? And I know they had done it last year, but just because I don't think the program they didn't have the option. So if the board feels that if somebody joins a summer membership, they are no longer eligible for the 50% off membership, I'm okay with that.
That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm okay with that, too. I'd like for that to be the rule.
Also, the 3-month membership, the way we have it written in the resolution is that the 3-month membership would be excluded, anything over the 3-month membership. So that includes, like, if you have a 5-month membership, you would not be eligible for the 50% off program.
Right. That's the way it should be, including the summer membership, right? That was the problem last year.
I'm not familiar with what Cliff did or if there were any issues there.
He told us. He was upfront about it. I mean, it wasn't. He didn't do it behind our backs.
But this is August, almost August. I don't think anybody's going to be joining.
Correct. For this year, no. Correct for this year, but next summer it would be. So
next summer.
If we would be adopting it for next year, so it would be a thing next summer. Now, I feel the decision last summer to allow that was probably the right one, but maybe next summer we might want to revisit that.
So your concern is that we shouldn't allow that to entice a 3-month membership to go to a full year membership?
I'm saying that anybody who's had any kind of membership with us should not be eligible for this. Any kind of prior membership should not be eligible to get this 50 off deal. That's all I'm saying.
And the way the resolution reads now, the summer membership people would be. Is that my understanding?
No,
I don't think it reads that at all.
It does not.
It reads a 3-month membership.
3 months.
How long is the summer membership? 5?
5.
Okay. So you're okay with that? 3 months is okay?
But if you have a 3-month membership to get a 50 off?
If we're converting somebody from a 3-month or less membership to a full year membership, are you okay with them getting the discount, or are you wanting to stop even that? Because
for the sake of being consistent, I would stop that too.
Because the way it reads now, if not previously held a golf membership for more than 3 months, can receive a 50% discount.
Why don't we just say any previous membership? I mean, it may not be a lot of people. I just think, again, it's important for us to be consistent. Last year, I had a lot of people that were not happy because we said, it's 50. There's a 50 off membership, no exceptions. Oh, except for the summer membership, we're going to let them be able to take advantage of this. And guys were looking at me like, well, why?
Because we're converting them, ideally, we're converting them from a part-year membership to a full-year membership, which is a good thing, because they're paying more even for the half-price full-year membership than they were for the summer membership. And ideally, some of them will convert. But if you want to amend the resolution, make a motion, and we'll see where it goes.
What I was going to say is, if you're looking for consistency, this resolution is identical to the resolution that we adopted last year. The only thing that was done was, last year was when we removed the homeowner, first-time homeowner.
Right.
We removed that and converted it to this, but last year, anybody that had held anything for 3 months or less was permitted to engage in this 50% off.
Right. And as were the summer ones who were 5 months.
Well, that was outside of the program as designed. That was an error that Cliff made.
I mean, it happened. You can say no all you want to the resolution, but it happened.
Right, and we're saying that's not going to happen going forward. But if they've had a membership for 3 months or less, they could qualify for the full year at half off for the first year, is the way it reads now. If you want to amend that, make a motion, and let's see where it goes.
I'll make the motion to remove it. I think the consistency does have a point. If you've been a member, you're not eligible for the discount. And again, we're probably not talking about impacting that many people anyway, but it would make it consistent. Been a member, you're out.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second. And just let me point one thing out. You can take a 3-month membership, and if you convert it to a single at 50 off, you save $300. So I can go take a 3-month membership, take it for a year, and it'll be $300 cheaper than if I stay with a 3-month membership. So anybody who's got a 3-month membership and doesn't convert hasn't figured out the math.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any public comment on the amendment?
Mark Camp, resident. Is that working?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Didn't sound like it. I just have a quick question. I want to make sure that I understand. I don't have the benefit of having that resolution in front of me, and I apologize for that because I didn't realize this was going to come up. I've actually golfed with several people that had summer memberships last year who had intended at the time, by the way, to join as a full member here. But they said, wow, I got a deal. I got $799 for my summer membership, and then they offered to me a full membership, which I was going to do anyway, for 50% off. And I said, hey, that's great. You took advantage of it. I thought at the time when I went back and read the resolution, it said no previous memberships at all. And for whatever happened, you're reading it, so maybe you can correct me, but for whatever happened, they chose to take the summer memberships and allow them to take advantage of the 50% off. So my question right now after this long dissertation is, are you now saying in your new resolution that you will no longer allow anybody that's held any form of a membership at this club to take advantage of the 50% off?
That is what the amendment would do.
Okay. So I just wanted to confirm that so I understood what you guys were saying properly. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Any other board discussion? Chrissy?
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
What am I voting on?
You're voting on your
Motion
amendment.
to
It
amend.
took 20
Yes.
minutes at a time and you don't know what you're voting on.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Harrit?
Yes.
President Hoteling?
No. Okay, the amendment passed.
So now Now we have another vote on the motion.
Now we'll have to take a vote on the resolution as amended to strike any membership, so that anybody who had any membership in the last, let's see how it words here. So currently it says that whereas by district resolution, the Board of Supervisors approved the initiation of golf membership discount program whereby anyone who has not previously held a golf club membership for more than 3 months can receive a 50% discount for 1 full year. We're striking the for more than 3 months, so that it'll read, has not previously held a golf club membership can receive a 50% discount. Okay, so that is the amended resolution.
I'm going to call that to vote. Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
President Hotelling?
Yes. Okay.
Damn.
Can I ask one more question?
No, don't miss any more meetings.
I'm just curious out of one thing, since your dates are staggered on this, when a guy who's up in April wants to sign up for the whole year, are you going to just get him till October, or do you give him a whole year from April?
So if he joins in April, he will get 50% off until the following April, and then he will pay the 4 or 5 months or whatever that would be prorated.
Okay.
Prorated, and then he would be now on the normal cycle in October.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is resolution number 2020-07-2420, a resolution of Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to award RFP 20-04 for the Unit 23 wastewater treatment plant diffuser project to U.S. Water Services Corporation for $76,280.37. Is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And we've got
I'll give a brief.
telling us about it.
I'll give you a brief update on this and explanation. This project's been on the budget for I think a couple of years now. We finally got everything together that they wanted to do for the project. It's going to be replacing the air diffusers for the wastewater treatment plant, Unit 23, which is the larger of the plants. It's going to replace every diffuser in the entire plant except for the surge tank, just because it's only like 10 years old, so we're not going to be replacing those. They don't need it. We put it out to bid. We actually got 6 response. We got 6 bids from different companies, which we were a little surprised of, but the low bidder was U.S. Water Services. They are a larger company. I think they have locations throughout the state of Florida, and they do have a location in Lake Placid, so they are localized to our county. For this price of the $76,280.37, we are taking an option of a deduct to use a marine hose instead of stainless unions, which it'll be easier to service in the future if they have to take them up for maintenance. Sometimes those metal unions can seize up and it can stress pipes, because our air mains are still going to stay there, so we're not replacing those. But yeah, we checked all the references. The company is split into 2 different groups. One side does projects, like if we needed a lift station rework, they could come and do that. And the other side of the company actually does their own maintenance, like they'll do operator work for plants and wastewater plants. They'll do the day-to-day maintenance side. So this is more of the project and repair part of their company. And the contacts we checked all looked good. They all had positive responses. There were a few on their other side that weren't as good, but we're not utilizing their maintenance services. So we don't have any reason not to use them. So they were a low bidder, so that's who we recommended to use.
Okay, questions?
Yeah. I guess, have we ever used this company before?
No, we have not.
Because The second bid, or the second lowest bid, was KDL, which I recognize is a company that we use all the time. Is that not correct?
That is correct. We do use them often.
So I guess, I mean, I don't understand how we select sometimes, but would we not be better off going with a company that we have done lots of business with, that's not that much more expensive than trying a new one?
If we could justify $10,000 additional expense to use them, I would recommend using them, but I don't know that we can justify $10,000 just because we haven't used someone before.
Every time we go, we go with the lowest bid, sometimes it comes back and the work is not quite what we expect it to be, and it costs us a lot more money down the road. I personally would feel more comfortable with a company that we do a lot of business with, but that's just me. I do have one other question. On page 12, number 4, there's a whole thing that one of the evaluation criteria was warranty period, warranty materials, and yet I found, I didn't see anything in this handout that related to that whatsoever.
The original bid docs called for our standard 1-year warranty on parts and material and labor. We did not specify for an additional warranty in the bid documents, and that's what we expect from them.
Should it not be written in the resolution what the warranty is?
I'm not sure about the resolution side, but it is in the bid docs, which is going to be part of the contract documents once signed.
So it's 1 year on parts and
labor.
Is that standard?
That is standard for what we do here, and most products. In this case, it's simple piping, so I'm not saying it's not worth it, but there's not anything short of failure of hardware, like mechanical failure. There's not a lot to go wrong. There's no electronics with this, and it's one of those, it's either going to work or it's not. But
so it'll be in the actual contract that we sign with them?
Correct.
Thank you.
I had a question on the marine hose connections. Now, you expressed that that's going to make maintenance easier. How often will they need to be replaced as opposed to going stainless all the way to the connection?
I don't believe they get replaced often, but occasionally I would say every few years they might remove them to clean them, or theoretically this is all going to be stainless, the option we picked, so they should never rot or rust out.
But the hose might.
Potentially they could get the sun could get it, but it is a potential wear item. But we're also connecting to PVC mains, so there's a lot of things that we could potentially go bad. But this is it's a very robust hose that they're going to be using. It has a steel band running through the middle of it. But you're right, there's a potential for it to wear out or the sun to kill it eventually.
So I guess my question there is, if we're saving $2,500, what's our potential if we have to replace them? What would it cost to replace those connections?
You probably have to buy a certain segment, like 10 feet or 20 feet at a time of the hose. It would probably be a few $100s to buy that much hose, and then it would just be labor.
Each one?
Well, that length of hose,
okay,
it would be 10 feet. We're only talking about 12 inches, 14 inches of actual hose. It wouldn't be huge, but the operators, Israel, that's what he would like to use, so that's one of the main reasons we recommended using it. He preferred it over the stainless union. That's more so than the cost savings. That's why we chose it.
Okay. Any other discussion or question? Okay. Any public comment?
All I know is I used to have U.S. water.
We can't hear you, and we need to know who you are.
My name's Karen. All I know is I used to have U.S. water, and they couldn't even keep their own equipment maintained. We had a sulfur smell forever and ever and ever, and their excuse was because we don't have enough water flow in our street. So I'd be real careful if they can't even keep their own stuff maintained, to be using them to maintain your stuff or to fix your equipment or replace it or do whatever. You know, a track record's a track record. And it's a well-known fact. They're the water company in the southwest part of the city. They maintain their water down there. And they constantly have breaks. They don't do a great job in maintaining their own stuff, so good luck. It might be, as you said, the cheapest one isn't always the best. And that might be a reason to look at.
Can you comment on that? Because you did check their...
We did check. We did have, like I said, they have two different groups of their company, which they are the same parent company, though. Their maintenance and their operation side, they did follow what she said. They were not the best reviews because they have, I guess they serve water to a lot of company or a lot of residents that are, I guess if it's not a government owned, they do maintain privately owned systems for people. And that's what I said earlier. But their actual repair and construction side, they had good reviews, and the companies that we called and talked to, they all said they were good. They built a number of wastewater plants. They had good reviews. The only negative I heard out of one of them said they were expensive for repairs, like if they had to, like if something broke. But we're not hiring them to do our maintenance. So
No, we don't have to use them for repairs.
Correct.
Yeah.
But you did talk to people that had them do projects like we're involved with?
Correct.
Yes, absolutely.
Correct. They had one that they built the whole wastewater plant for them. They did a whole...
Where?
It was down in South Florida on the coast. I don't remember exactly where on the...
Fairly good size, then.
It was a smaller plant. I would say it's closer to our smaller plant, but it's wastewater plant's a wastewater plant. It just, you do more.
Was that the one in Ocala, Florida? Ocala Island Club?
I think so.
And that was 3 years ago, and then they did work at Longwood and Northport about a year ago. Okay. Can we have some clarification from council on our obligation as a public entity to take the low bid?
Yeah, generally, unless there's a significant issue with the bid documents, we have the opportunity of rejecting all the bids. But unless there's a reason for, and generally has to be a compelling reason to select someone that's not the low bidder, you've got to select the low bidder. And if you don't, we're potentially facing a bid challenge.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the worst case is we're going to save $10,000 by going with them. The diffuser units shouldn't be a problem. If there's a maintenance issue, we bring somebody else in to fix the maintenance issue.
Correct, or we do it in-house.
Or we do it in-house. So,
Yeah.
And it won't cost us probably the $10,000 we're saving.
No, the reason we recommended them, it would be hard to mess this job up. And if they did, then that's a whole nother...
Under the one-year warranty.
And there's no electronics involved in this.
Yeah, it's seriously just plumbing. It's the major part of it. It's just plumbing.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, call the vote.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
President Hoteling?
Yes. We got one through without an amendment. The next item on the action agenda is discussion, and this is a request for proposals for golf and restaurant management services, and that's the document that you provided for our discussion purposes on potentially going out for proposals.
Let me get Chrissy to zoom that in for the dates. Did you want to see that first, or did you let the board talk through some of the some of
I think if you can
details?
kind of give us an overview with the dates,
Okay.
and then we'll open discussion.
I just, yes, I'm getting to it.
Supervisors, I've provided a draft of what the request for proposals would look like for management services. So that's pages, I have 1 through 34. Also, I've provided a timeline. It's just a proposed timeline of how the process would work. So if the board wants to continue the process, I would advise that on August 28th, we bring forth a final discussion of an RFP and approve with the resolution before it's advertised. Then we go through the advertising process. We also would have a pre-bid meeting and then a bid opening. And then in October, we would allow the board to discuss and review the qualified proposers and determine what to do at that point. This is an aggressive timeline.
Yeah, because obviously it's going to take some time for the proposals to be put together by any parties.
Correct.
I have a question.
Okay?
Again, I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I'm confused.
Speak into your mic.
Two meetings ago, we sat here and we said we're going to do a survey. We're going to get that survey. We're going to review the survey together. We're going to come up with a list of concerns that we had with the Casper organization, and then we were going to meet with Casper and discuss it with them. And we seem now that we seem to have skipped it. We're skipping that. We're going right to this.
We're not necessarily skipping that, and there's no conclusion that we're going to leave Casper.
I didn't say that. I'm saying, are we going to discuss, I guess I'm concerned over the survey. Are we going to ever talk about that?
We actually did discuss the survey and then asked for the detail on the survey that came out to us for review.
Yeah, but we got the details, so are we ever going to discuss it? I've seen all the comments. You guys, we've all received it, correct?
Right.
So are we ever going to, I went over it and I've got a whole bunch of comments on it. Are we ever going to talk about it? Or are we just going to forget about it?
No, I don't think we're going to forget about it at all.
Okay. When are we going to talk about it?
Well, we can schedule it for discussion in the next meeting. We had a very full agenda, and it was asked that this be brought back for this meeting, since we haven't really gone out to see who else might be potential operators that we could discuss. This process, as you can see, is going to take some time, and I'm happy to put further discussion on the survey and the staff recommendations that came out of the survey as a discussion item for our August meeting, if you'd like. I'm sorry? We're not moving on. We're putting a process in place to discuss others that is going to take some time. We needed to get this process moving forward.
Well, what I'd like to do with the survey, if you guys don't want to talk about it now, that's fine.
It's not on the agenda for today. It wouldn't be appropriate to talk about.
If you don't want to talk about it now, that's fine. I would like to see it put on the agenda. I will personally make some comments to whoever's going to coordinate this. I guess it's going to be Tanya, right? Mm-hmm. Because it was not all the comments that came back from the various areas were not all inclusive of what was on the comments. And there was one whole category that was left off completely. So I'll get together with you and show it to you. Mm-hmm. But the other question I have pertaining to this RFP is, I still don't know, well, I have one thing that I know of, but I really don't know what we're looking for. We're looking for, I know it's a different management company, I understand that part. But I still don't know what objections we have or what we're disappointed in at this point in time to make us go out and look for another company. So I would ask, not necessarily because it's not on the agenda, but at the next meeting, that I'd like to know what you guys are upset about. I would assume you guys would like to know what I'm upset about, if I'm upset about anything. And we have yet to state what we're unhappy about. And I don't know how we can go forward without doing that.
I think there's been several times we've discussed the services.
Right.
There's some things that we like about them. There's some we don't like about them. The whole idea, in my mind, of going out and talking to these other management groups is to get additional information. What does this type of service cost in the general public? Are they doing a good job for us at their price? I don't know, because I don't know enough about golf management or restaurant management to know whether the costs associated with what they're doing for us is proper. And that's why I want to go out and find out from other people, what do they see as the costs associated with running this operation.
So you're concerned with service, and you've been saying that.
Service,
you're the only one.
In total, there's a lot of things I like about the golf course. Could it be improved? Probably. I don't know that it can, and I don't know that I'm willing to even try. But if I don't have enough information to make a good, solid decision, that's what I'm looking for. Are they providing us a quality product at the price that they're charging us? I don't know they are or not. I like a lot of the things they do. I am very disappointed in other parts that they do.
Well, should we not pull that all together?
We've got a lot of that pulled together, and we did get an action plan on what they intend to do.
That action plan didn't have one date?
I understand. I wasn't satisfied with what I saw. I'm just saying there was an action plan that was submitted to us. That's the whole idea from what I wanted when I said, let's find out what other management groups will do for us.
I would just like to be able to say, this is what we're zeroing in on. If a company's going to make a bid or have a meeting with us, don't you think they're going to ask us what we're unhappy about?
I would agree with that, and as discussed, we will discuss the survey in more detail at the August meeting. We wanted to get this process going forward because it's a long process, and if we're going to get the information from other operators, it came up because Mr. Gilpin had a casual discussion with somebody who offered to provide some opinions on it. Mr. Herrick concurred that it would be good to get some outside opinions, and it was my understanding that we had been with Kitson for years, and Casper bought Kitson. I've since learned that we did actually go out to bid in 2013 before going out to Casper, but we got very few bids in, and that was still 7 years ago. So getting a little more information from more people I thought was probably a good, healthy thing to do, even if we decide to stay with Casper. So we still have some things to address regarding Casper and the current operation. Every operation can be improved. Part of the discussion is how much do we want to throw at the problems. I mean, we could throw a few $1 million and rebuild the golf course. I don't think that's in the cards right now. But we can certainly see what other operators cost, what they can offer that Casper can't offer, and maybe we'll find out, yeah, we've got a really good deal with Casper and we should just be happy. But if we don't look, if we don't get some opinions, we won't know, and because the process is going to take the better part of a year, we wanted to get that going as we continue discussing the current operation. So that's why we've got this on the agenda. It's a big discussion item because there's a lot of direction that we need to give staff in regards to this RFP. I don't think this is a 5-minute look it over, stamp of approval, let's go forward. So I think we've got discussion today that's going to take some time.
And Ray, a lot of those questions that you just want to know, we can't ask until we get down to the final, can we, Tanya? I mean, we can't talk to anybody about, they have to come in and bid on their thing, and then we can ask questions then, because like the person I talked to, I had just one question when I called them. And I told Tanya and I told Neil that I called them. Haven't talked to them since. But they just told me what, I had no idea, and this company has been emailing me for 4 years. So that's why I called them. I mean, I know nothing about them. I'm like, Craig, I don't know, but I certainly want to find out what's offered. Billy Casper has had plenty of time since I've been on the board. This is my 5th year to change stuff. And we've had some changes, some that are good, some that are bad, but I'm like Craig, I want to know what somebody can offer us. And I could go down every aspect of it. And I just want to get this started and find out, but we can't ask specific questions, Ray, just answer your question until it goes down to like in October, I think, Tanya, isn't that correct?
Proposals would be sealed until we receive them, yes, sir. So,
and we can't personally call anybody and
correct.
Talk to them and stuff.
That is correct.
We can't do that.
I would like all the communications to come through the district office with myself or Omar through the proposal process,
So you're
or before the proposal process.
So help me out on this one. If we have concerns over the way things are running right now, and we're looking to, that would be part of the condition is we'd like somebody to improve upon this. How do you communicate that to these people? Or you don't?
I think we already have several times. I mean, I know I meet
Not
with
the
Mike.
Casper.
I meet with Mike all the time, and I met with Jim Kurtzborn, I met with Cliff.
Not the Casper. I'm talking about
The outside.
the companies that are going to bid. How do we communicate to them what we want, what we're looking for?
And it would be in the...
You tell me we can't do it?
No, it would be in the scope of services. So as we advertise the scope of services, if whatever scope that we're looking for within the services, that's what we would communicate through the proposal process.
That's included in this.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
Yeah. See it right there.
Huh?
Right there in that introduction part. But to get down to brass, we can't ask some questions until we go through the whole process.
But clearly, between now and the time they get their proposals in, we will have had an opportunity to discuss the Casper issues further at the next meeting. And staff will certainly be well aware of those issues when they're fielding questions from the alternative operators as they're putting together their proposals and needing to know what to address. So that's how it will get to the people who are putting in their proposals as to where our issues and concerns are.
Let me ask if we can do this. At the next meeting, besides talking about the survey, can each of us declare what we're looking for in a new company that's different from what we have?
I don't know if we can do that, right? I mean, I want to hear from them and see what they can do for us. I mean, it's simple as that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, my background says if you're unhappy with somebody, you declare what you're unhappy about, and you go out and try and replace them if indeed that's even possible, and who knows if it's possible.
Again,
Don't say what you're unhappy about.
From my perspective, I'm not that unhappy with Billy Casper. But I don't know if we're getting a good deal because I don't know what the deals in the marketplace are. We've had Billy Casper for 7 years now.
Yep.
And we haven't looked at any alternatives. So I'm just saying, due diligence says, let's look at alternatives. We may end up staying with Billy Casper and working out whatever issues we have with Billy Casper, because I can guarantee you, whoever we have operating our golf courses, we're going to have issues with them, because that's who we are.
Right. And I can just comment one thing, and when I talked to that person, I was shocked that he said to me, because I told him Billy Casper's been here for 7 years, and he said, well, haven't you done this before? And he said he recommends. He said, even if we ever become your company, you should do this every 2 years. I mean, that's what his recommendation was. Just to look at the way everything's changing, and if you're happy, and so on and so forth.
Well, I agree. You should meet with the management of the company that's representing you, every 2 years. I agree with that.
No,
I think we do quite a bit meeting with him. It's just getting changes done is the problem.
We haven't met with Casper in 3.5, 4 years.
I'm not sure that's correct.
Yeah.
September of 2017 is when we met with him last.
I meet with Mike about every week, and I know I've heard you do.
I'm talking about Casper's management, which is what the guy you were talking to was referring to.
That was a special meeting, I believe, a workshop meeting that
Yeah.
Mr. Brooks is referring to.
And I don't recall if that was 17 or 18, but you think it was 17? Okay, it was before I was on the board, but I didn't join until December of 18. But I remember talking with Mr. Camp about it when it happened. I couldn't make the meeting because I was still with Pebble Beach Company, so it probably was 17 because I had to be available to them, so it probably was 17. But so that was the last big workshop, but we certainly have had meetings with the executives there. But I think what I was understanding from Mr. Gilpin was that the other operator was saying that we should go out to bid every couple of years just to feel the market, not just meet with who we're dealing with, but see what's in the market every couple of years, which may be a little more than I want to bite off. But
For this area.
every 4 or 5 years wouldn't be a bad thing, and it's been 7.
Right.
I'm just saying what he said. I mean, I don't know if I agree or not, but that's what he said.
Yeah, occasionally feeling out the market is not a bad thing, even if you're happy with your operator. So that's why we're moving forward with this scope of the RFP, so that we can give some direction to staff so they can create a more formalized version to bring back to us next month. So that was the goal of this discussion, is to look through this RFP and give staff some direction with any concerns that we have about it. So
I got one other question. The pre-bid meeting, what does that entail specifically? I mean, you invite anybody who wants to bid is able to come in and talk to us?
They're able to come in and talk to us and ask questions during that meeting.
So if they ask us, what are we unhappy about, we should be able to answer that, right? I mean, don't you think a company's going to want to know why we're looking to make it?
Well, as Mr. Herrick just said, this is a due diligence process. So, I mean, I'm not going to be the one to stand up and say, well, we're unhappy about this, this, and this. The questions on the proposal is dealing with scope of services. What are you looking for in specific questions, maybe in relation to some of the, the details within the scope?
yeah, the odds are, if they're doing their due diligence, they're going to ask, what's working and what isn't working.
Right. We should probably have an answer.
Well, I don't think they're asking us that because they're trying to get our business, but you can ask that.
Well, the pre-bid meetings, would they be meeting with the individual supervisors or just with staff?
Pre-bid meetings are with staff. If the supervisors want to attend a pre-bid meeting,
We could have a meeting, right? An open meeting?
I don't know the answer.
We just have to advertise it and take minutes and everything.
Well, yeah, that's not typically what we would do.
Like, what did we do with the kitchen when all the supervisors?
We
went
did
to the
that.
kitchen?
We did that with the kitchen. What we did is we advertised it as a public meeting as a walkthrough.
But in my opinion, the better idea would be to come to a consensus of issues, some sort of a ranking system as to things that were, major concerns, minor concerns, and then have that delivered at the pre-bid meeting. That would be the better.
Certainly have it available in case somebody asks us. If you don't want to volunteer it, that's fine. But if somebody asks you, we should be prepared to answer it. That's right.
Well, and in that we're going to schedule a discussion of the Billy Casper survey at the next meeting, that will be a public record that they could ask for and have the entire discussion if they want it.
I don't believe that survey encompasses all the issues.
No, but our discussion of that survey may well get into all the issues that you're concerned about, I would hope. The purpose of the survey was to identify areas of concern. So if there were areas of concern that you don't feel the survey identified, we can still discuss them in the discussion of the survey.
And if you wish to attend the pre-bid meeting, there's nothing that would stop you from attending the pre-bid meeting, and we wouldn't have to advertise as long as you don't talk. So you could listen, attend the pre-bid meeting and listen.
Yeah, that would work really well.
Yeah. Danny, I have one question. I apologize because I usually meet with you and ask all my questions before the meeting here, but I just question, is that enough time? I mean, you would know better than me. From when we advertise, it's like 17 days. Is that enough time for them to do what they need to do? I mean, I'm just questioning. I have no idea, but it's.
Is this similar to the last timeline that was put out when they did the bids before?
I mean, that just seems, for a company that wants to come in and look at everything, they got 22 days or something.
They gave 45 days last time. I believe I have close to 45.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's just
advertise on September 4th. Bid opening would be October 14th. So 40 days. 45 days would be appropriate.
So the pre-meeting is not, they don't have to, that's just for them to get more information.
They're still gathering information.
Very
They still
good.
got
And then they can also do a request in writing for additional information as well. And we post that publicly to all the proposers. Yes, sir.
Well, I apologize. I mean, I usually get these questions
Oh,
answered.
you thought it was on the pre-bid meeting?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
On that 1020.
If we attended the pre-bid meeting, can we send notes? Or is that considered talking?
I won't go.
You can send notes, to
me.
To Tanya, correct, yeah.
To me.
On that 1023 line, that discussion at board meeting, to review qualified proposers, what exactly, the bids have now been opened, and then you're going to do what with them with us on 1023? The bids are, so let's say you have 5 bids. You're going to take those bids and go over each of them with us? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm going to give you those bids so you can see them.
So we're actually going to get to see what they send in?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All 5, all 10, whatever that is.
Whatever the number.
And then it gives you opportunity to talk through what you want to do next.
Okay.
Is that a regular public meeting?
Yes, that's the regular meeting. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You having dinner? And then
on November 13th, we'd invite back any of the proposers that we thought were qualified to address us in another board meeting so that we can further evaluate them. The actual awarding process we haven't got determined yet because it'll be based on a lot of criteria that we don't know yet.
So 1023, we see the bids and we talk about the bids. 1113, if we like a couple of bids, we invite those people to come then?
Correct.
To talk to us separately?
Well, it would be in the board meeting, so they could sit in and listen to what each other said. If we had 3 people that we thought, boy, these could be really interesting, And, maybe it's two others and Billy Casper to come in and just make their case as to why we should choose them.
Yeah, where is Billy Casper throughout this whole process?
Billy Casper is welcome to put in a bid.
I would assume they would. I mean, that's what I was assuming.
What do you assume?
We'll evaluate it. We'll probably do.
Why would
Brian knows the Billy Casper law.
They may decide they don't want to work with us anymore.
I hear a few things out here, asking if you're getting a good deal. The majority of RFPs are public, so you can request information to see what other clubs are paying, what they're paying for restaurant management, what they're paying for 36 holes, to try to compare apples to apples. I mean, obviously, I've tried to make it more than willing that we will sit down at any point in time and try to work out any issues we have. We don't want to be contentious. We certainly want to work with you. We enjoy being here. I enjoy the staff that we have. We're very proud of the facility also. That being said, the last time we missed budget, we didn't achieve budget, was 2016. Even this year with the pandemic we're facing, the late renovation, openings, starting behind the eight ball, some additional incurred costs, there was an outside shot that we will achieve budget this year. So, I mean, if it's numbers, if it's surveys, if it's, working with you to raise the bar, I certainly agree. Every operation, we can improve. Every superintendent that ever goes to Augusta sends me a picture of a weed, just to show that it's there. All right? There is opportunities to improve. I'll be more than happy to work with staff, work with you to try to identify those, move forward, address each issue that we can address, and go forward. Because there's a lot of companies that can run Center Lake. You'll get some bids. The majority of the companies are it'll be a 5-year contract minimum.
Yeah, I agree.
And then, usually there's renewals in there, 3-year renewals or 5-year renewals. So, yes, we started with Kitson, we merged with Kitchen, bottom. We did an RFP, won the contract here. Our agreement is a standard fee that doesn't raise year to year. There's no increases. So it's been roughly the same for a number of years. Now, obviously, if there's any questions or if you'd like to redo the agreement, we certainly can discuss that. I think I've mentioned that before in meetings, that we can become more of a partner. To do that, we need some leeway on what we can do. If we're going to, become a partner that's financially involved, we need to have some, if you're the chef, you want to buy the groceries. So, yes. I'm more than willing. If you have questions, certainly we'll answer.
All right, so basically, you're in the game.
We're in the game.
Okay. That's really all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
You had to ask. I thought you knew that they would bid.
No, I don't know, but do we expect them to bid? We already have a contract with them. What the hell are they going to bid?
Well, they might want to redo some of the stuff
They would have to bid if they want to, if they want a future contract with the district, or we can just continue. We can deny all bids and just continue with their contract. That's absolutely what we can do.
Because we have not put them on notice.
We have not. We have not given
put
that
them on
6-month notice. That is correct.
So what do we want to do? Do we want them to bid, or do we want just to go let them not bid?
Can't prevent them from bidding.
Can't prevent them from bidding.
We cannot prevent them from bidding.
I just assumed that you thought, and the rest of us, that they would bid, or
I don't know what the advantage to them to bid is. That's what I'm
if
trying
they want to
figure out.
cut costs and relook at the
The
situation.
the advantage may be to them.
Yeah.
They could be looking at this as a contract renegotiation tool.
Okay.
It's one of those interesting situations. If we were a private entity, we could negotiate all this and not worried about it. But because we are a public entity, we have to do this thing publicly and have the RFPs and give lots of people a chance to vote. If we were concerned and wanted to see what somebody else said, and we were private, we could just call in Club Corp or Bobby Jones or whoever and say, give me a bid. We can't do that. We have to do it publicly. Okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so any concerns or discussion on the RFP document itself? I had a few. And one of the things that occurred to me is, I'm sorry, I thought I was, okay? One of my concerns is in regards to the process. Right now, we've got Billy Casper, who's overseeing everything, and maybe there are golf course operators out there that can oversee maintenance really well, but not do as well in restaurants. And should we be splitting this up and getting bids for managing the F&B separate from managing the golf course? The way we've got it set up in the RFP is a little confusing, and there are things that could be read different ways, and there's some overlap. But in general, the way it's set up here is that if a golf course operator wants it, then they need to partner with, on their own, they need to partner, subject to our approval, with a third party to manage the F&B. That we want an entity to oversee everything, even if they have to go out and find somebody. And is that what we want, or do we want to make it viable for operators to bid on the whole or the parts?
Well, if we're going to do it, I guess we do it the parts. I mean, I don't even look forward to this at all, I got to be honest with you, but if we're going to do it, might as well do it right. And I believe we may be better off, I mean, the district may be better off if somebody runs the restaurant and somebody runs the golf course. I don't know. I mean, none of us know, but maybe we should be open to it.
I thought that's part of the RFP, that somebody could do that, but
Well, the way the RFP is set up now is that they would need to.
Just one?
They would need to partner with somebody in order to do it. Now, I can tell you from my operational experience that when we had a golf course, at Pebble Beach we had a number of different golf courses, and the most challenging one was the public golf course that had been around for 100 years. And when we ran the F&B out of the golf division, the challenge was the F&B staff was union and the golf staff wasn't. But we had say over some of the pricing and what we could make available to golf groups from the F&B. The company, the parent company, Pebble Beach, decided that, no, we want the grill under the F&B operation of the resort. So all of a sudden, the communication between the grill operation and the golf course operation became more of a struggle in putting together group events. So there are some advantages to having that unity as opposed to a separate operation that would be struggling as to, no, I don't want to give you a discount on the food because this is what I got to have to make the food, and the golf operation says, well, we need to make the whole package work, and to do that we've got to. So I see the advantages of requiring the whole. I just wanted to be sure that we discussed it to give. It's not necessarily that one is right and one is wrong. I just want to be sure that we're giving staff the direction that we've talked about, and that's what we want.
I'd be concerned with the coordination between the golf side and the restaurant side, especially when it relates to events. I mean, if you had somebody separate on the lease for the restaurant, they could be throwing a luncheon together on the same day that we would strategically have, an outing of some sort, and we want the restaurant. So I think it needs to be combined so that one hand knows what the other hand's doing. Not that it couldn't be done, but I think it, as you mentioned, I think it would cause a lot of issues if they didn't have control of both sides. That's my opinion.
So your take would be keep it the way that it's basically scoped out here, that if they're a golf operator and not a food and beverage operator, they need to find a partner to bring to us,
Yes.
and they need to coordinate with them. The reason I brought it up was because in the past, we had leased out the old Candlelight restaurant to a local operator to run the restaurant, but they didn't have anything to do with the golf course. But there are pluses and minuses both ways, but most operators do both because that's what most clubs want.
I just heard too it wasn't very successful when we had separate, but I'm open to it, but I agree with Craig that it might be a little difficult to communicate and put it together, but they should work together. But the old way we used to do it, that's why we got Kitson to begin with. I
heard that.
Yes. So that's and I have no knowledge of it other than a lot of people that have been here for a long time. So.
Well, the other option would be that we can put it out to bid so that they can bid on the whole or the parts or both, and we can still decide in the end whether we want to look at somebody in parts or if we want to make sure that we've got a unified. That could be part of the bid selection. But I kind of like giving people the opportunity to bid on the whole or the parts, but in the end, I really think I want a cohesive operation. So that may be wasted time to look at the parts.
I think it would change the bid process significantly, too, in the fact that, and now you've got caterers out there saying that they can run the restaurant and do these type of things, but yet they're going to run a dining area also. And the amount of bids that we can get from them, have they ever worked with a golf group before?
Yeah.
Because to me, it seems like it'd be very, very difficult to coordinate.
If I can,
we can look at it, but it seems to me like that's going to be very difficult to coordinate.
I think prior to this next draft, the final draft, my recommendation would be for a board member to be appointed to a committee. And I think, once again, we could go down the RFP criteria and make some of these decisions because there are services, for example, payroll and accounting services that we are being charged for that we could potentially, if there's a $60,000 savings for that service and we brought it in-house, we may be able to offset that with an employee. So those are conversations that we can get kind of detailed in the committee meeting and not at this meeting, and then bring back the final RFP with all the recommendations that we're RFPing at the next meeting. So that would be my recommendation, is for one board member to be appointed to a committee to go down this criteria. So that would be Tanya, myself, a board member, and then we could even have someone from the golf membership. We can make a committee established that will set the criteria for the RFP, what we're looking for, quality, just lay out the entire RFP process prior to the final decision for the board before we advertise it.
That's a staff recommendation. We had talked about that. Ideally, that would be, for one board member to be part of this drafting process.
I can hear.
Okay. Is there a board member that would like to serve on that committee?
I would.
Any others? Okay.
Can there be more than one?
No, more than one is a problem.
That is such a stupid law.
This young lady back there, I didn't hear your comment.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. This is not the public comment time. I do appreciate, and we will give you time for public comment, but unfortunately, because we're a public body, the only time that we can discuss this as a board is in these meetings, and we still have more to discuss on this because we're going to have a committee who will try to finalize it and bring it back. But there are things that need to be discussed before that committee meets so that everybody on the board has an opportunity to discuss those things. So we are going forward with this discussion, which is why we scheduled it as a discussion, and I knew it was going to take time. And I'm sorry. This discussion, the discussion item on the RFP is on the agenda, which is why we're discussing it. The discussion item on the survey is not on the agenda, which is why we're not discussing it. I don't want to have a public debate in non-public comment, so I'm going to move on back to this.
Does the board agree that as written, it's a cohesive bid, meaning it's for restaurant and golf services together? Or do we want to?
I think there are some areas where it's less clear, like in the description of services, section 1. It's very clear that we seek a single unit in the second paragraph. But where was it that I found it wasn't as clear? In the awards section on the draft, it wasn't as clear.
We can revise those sections if the board is satisfied with the idea of the bids being for the Island View and for the golf course.
Yeah.
What would your recommendation be? I mean,
the way it's written.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A couple of, I'll get my points out quickly and then see if anybody else has any points that.
What page you on, Neil?
I am currently on page 10. On the scope of services, under background, it says the golf courses consist of two 18-hole golf courses, and it says Deer Run is a par 72, opened in 2 phases, so I think the description there is really of Turtle Run, and we don't have a description of Deer Run in that background section, because Deer Run opened in 75.
Okay.
Under facilities, particularly with the $1 million we just spent, I would call it a full-service bar and restaurant rather than a grill. On page 12, the selected proposer shall assign a representative to attend meetings with district staff and the district board of supervisors as necessary. I'm wondering if we should delete board so that they can meet with district supervisors as necessary individually if they would like to. On page 13.
On 12, it says as necessary. Why would you have to eliminate it?
Because right now it says they can meet with the board of supervisors, which means they could meet with us as a board, not as individual supervisors.
Yeah.
So I'm saying delete the board, and then they can meet with individual supervisors. Just delete the word board, and they can meet with individual supervisors. Okay, on page 13, in the second paragraph, I think there's some overall cleanup that needs to be done there because we've got them responsible for mowing greens and fairways and rough, but apparently not tees. The seasonal aeration, I would just say aeration and say on schedules as agreed. Maintenance of green repairs, I would say turf repairs including green, because there are other areas of the golf course that need to be repaired. And then I would put something in about There is something later in here about the supplies are part of what they would have to buy, but I think it ought to be in here, and there could be some discussion as to equipment could be negotiable. Right now, we lease all the equipment, but it might be cheaper to have the operator lease the equipment. They may have some opportunities to be able to have bulk leases that could get us better pricing than we can get on our own. So I would get something in the agreement that might give them an opportunity to bid on the cost of managing it with or without us supplying the equipment. I know when I have my lawn taken care of at home, I let them buy all the equipment. Let's see, where else I had notes here. Yeah, that comes up again on page 19 under utilities and equipment. Successful proposer is responsible for ensuring the payment of all utilities at Sun and Lake Golf Club and is responsible for the repairing costs of all equipment. And so supply and material costs are consistent and operate expensive. So that kind of indicates that they're responsible for the material costs, but leaves open the question of equipment. Those were my key concerns, other than tightening up so that we're clear on the language as far as that it's a single operator that we're looking for. Did anybody else have any other comments as a group before we send it back to the committee to meet and work on the final
And
RFP?
if each of you individually do have any comments, please feel free to let me know over the next, few weeks. Absolutely.
Okay. So the committee will be Tanya and Mike and Yuppin?
Omar. Yeah.
And Omar. And do we want to have somebody from the...
Well, so far it's the three of us, Omar, myself,
We can
and
probably
Mr.
look
Gilbert.
at somebody and talk, or do we have to name them now?
I think the three of us would be sufficient, but if you would like, someone from...
I don't necessarily, I certainly need you and Omar, that's for sure.
Right.
So,
Okay.
I think the three of us would be sufficient.
Okay.
What were you going to say, Dave?
I was going to say, that's, if you want to make it bigger than that, we just can't have unnamed people on the committee. So if we're going to have more than the three of you, then we need to figure out at least, let's say, if we're going to say a member of the men's golf club or the golf association, if we're going to do that.
I just think the three of us would be
The three,
quicker.
that's fine with me.
Yep.
Okay. Any further board discussion? Now is the time for public comment.
Related to this.
Any public comment? I knew Bill would have something.
Bill Norcross, resident for 17 years. I kind of have to agree with Greg up there and Ray on a couple of issues they brought up there. They're neophytes as far as selecting a golf course, a business to operate the golf course. I think Neil is probably has more expertise than anybody else in the building. But, I've played many golf courses, probably in the hundreds. And I tell you what, every time I play a golf course, I evaluate the golf course. I evaluate first the people. Are they friendly? Do they want to see you? Do they want to take care of your clubs? Or do they want to direct you in some manner? They have a smile on their face. Secondly, the condition of the golf course you always have to take a look at that. Whether the end of the golf cart path it's got potholes, and your golf cart is bouncing all over the place. The fringes aren't right. The greens aren't right. The tees aren't right. You evaluate, and that's what that survey was for. A lot of food and beverage and the golf course, and what you like. And why we haven't heard about it, I understand Ray was out last week, and it was bumped for this week, and I thought they were going to review it. Also, your food and beverage and the service is another factor. You have parking is another factor. We have a very fine parking area. I've always complimented at the size of it. The only thing is that when elderly people have to park 300 yards away, it would be nice to have a valet, 16-year-old kid driving them and picking them up and dropping them off. But that's a suggestion. That just goes in the wind. It disappears. And then finally, you have cost and value. You have to look, if you're going to pay $500 to play a round of golf, or you're going to pay $50 to have a round of golf, you can afford it, and you can come back and do it again. I've played $500 golf courses, and I tell you what, I played it once. I got all the pictures, let me tell you. So I just want you to evaluate. I appreciate Mr. Casper being here, but there are other golf course management companies. Some are good and some are bad, but you have to find out what they're all about. I can tell you I played a course in Hilton Head last week, and I tell you what, Club Court is doing an excellent job. I played the same course in Orlando, and Club Court has just been fired. So you have to take a look seriously at what is offered.
I don't disagree. Part of it is the management group, and part of it is who they hire to bring on. Clearly, we're doing really well with Earl right now, but there were challenges before that, I understand.
Exactly. I have to compliment. Not this guy. I have to compliment Earl on the wonderful job he's done in 2 years. There are other things that should be done. That car path that goes out along Columbus is abominable. But, I mean, you have to take a look at what's visible and fix it. Not a lot of money, but fix it, please.
The cart path for Columbus is in the...
It's in the budget to be
fixed. It is budgeted, but it should have been fixed 2 years ago.
We can wait 2 more years and really get judged that.
You can ride on the road.
You're fine.
It's in the budget.
I can't guarantee everybody's going to be here in 2 years, can you?
Linda Camp, resident. I don't know if I should speak now for public. I don't know if I should have public comment right now.
This is public comment only on the...
Is it on the restaurant?
No, it's on the RFP.
Okay, what I'll do then is I'll wait for public comment.
This is discussion on the RFP. We'll have public comment in just a little bit. Well, the RFP is part of what we're going out to bid on. So.
Okay. All right. My concerns are the restaurant, the Island View, and it all started to take place. I can remember when Mike Gilpin wanted a pizza oven, and we started, and it grew to be a $1.3 million kitchen. The kitchen now should be able to accommodate any type of meals, from what I understand. I walked through, it looked like it could be anything. I know we advertise as being fine dining, but I really don't think it is. My husband and I attended a restaurant a month and a half ago, and it was the Bonefish over in Brandon, and everything was fine dining there. Now, when I walk into our restaurant and we sit down, we have several concerns and problems that are consistent with every time we go in. So the type of things that I feel should be done is, I do think Kevin should think about changing the menu. I think the menu is too fancy for the people that live in this area. If he wants to do specials, I think he should put them on, but I don't think it should be the deal that everybody here can pay for. The people in our area, in this bubble here, they can afford it. But once you go outside of our area, we live in an impoverished area. And I don't think that the people from the outside actually can come in and afford a meal. I do think the pricing should be changed to accommodate the meals. I think we need to start to open the restaurant on Saturdays and Sundays in the morning for breakfast for people. You see Denny's, you see all these other areas, and there's lines waiting to get in. We did brunch. Well, the brunch didn't work. We really need to do a breakfast. And that means like French toast, bacon and eggs, just the regular fare. I think our menu needs to go back to regular fare, especially where we might not be getting our Canadians back. We need to do something to start to bring people into the restaurant, because I've been going in and there's no one in there. I do think we have a problem with our service. I don't think they're trained right. I don't think that Ron does the job that he should be doing. I think he should be going table to table, introducing himself, asking the patrons if they're having a good experience. I think that he should be checking to make sure that they did get their water, that they do need another drink, that their meal was sufficient and it was warm or hot or cold or whatever. But he doesn't do that. I do think that the pizza is a winner. I think the pretzel was a winner. There are taco salads that the girls ask for. That's another winner. If you go in and ask in the afternoon, you just want a half sandwich and a salad, they'll tell you only can have a turkey. Now, to me, in a $1.3 million kitchen, you should be able to go in and get a couple of different types of soup, and you should be able to get a half sandwich of any type that you want that's actually advertised on the menu. I'm surprised at all of this time that they didn't open up the little snack shack. I know it's going to be for ice cream, and I'm a big winner on that one. I love that. However, I do think they should also do steamed hot dogs and hamburgers for the people from the outside that are going to be going by. Most of the people that are members, most of us bring our own food out on the golf course. But I really think they need to do more to start to drum up business here. So, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Morning again.
Good morning.
Javita McKinney, resident. That sounded like she could be a really good restaurant manager. However, you know, with the COVID thing and all of our social distancing, that could have a lot to do with what's going on. But I don't have complaints. I just thought, is it possible to get a non-supervisory member on that board you all were mentioning with those three people? I don't know if it's possible to do that. Someone that is actually a part of the golf population or something. I don't know if you can do that because of the legalities. The lawyer here. Can they have a non-supervisor? Yeah, that might make the people feel a little more fared up. That was my only suggestion. But I did want to just comment on all that was mentioned. I have the counter response to that, so you see everybody's experience is different. I love going to that restaurant. The prices vary over what you want. Some people, like my husband and I, save up to come. Sometimes you just do that in life. I don't have really any complaints about the service because I must be there each time that there's good service, is all I can say. So we do have to weigh what everyone says and not take it personally. You guys doing a great job as far as we can tell, and we know nothing's perfect. And we're all trying to get through this quarantine, coming out of the quarantine deal, right? So, I don't know. But thank you for what you're doing is all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
The young lady that talked first hit the nail on the head. They consider themselves to be fine dining because they use tablecloths. So that is what the differential is. Been in the restaurant business since I've been 16 years old. I went to that restaurant twice. One was for when they do the free thing, for the insurance, for your life insurance or whatever, one of the companies. It had to be the worst food and the worst service. And here someone was paying them, and then I didn't live here at the time. It's like, why would I ever come back here if I can't even get what you're supposed to get? And the attitude of the servers was, hey, it's a free meal. But it wasn't a free meal because you're charging the person that came in here. Granted, I didn't pay, but someone paid to get that food onto that table. And you can't have that attitude because what's going to happen is people aren't going to come back. Then I went for the new homeowner thing, and it was horrible. We couldn't even have a new home meeting because the noise was so loud that you guys couldn't use the microphones because they said that it would go throughout the whole restaurant and we can't disturb the diners. So we couldn't ask questions. We couldn't have any of you guys speak. We're still in the same boat as we were when we came here. We still know nothing because you couldn't hold your meeting. It was way too loud and nobody could hear anyone talk. So you guys supposedly went table to table, but then you got caught and people started to leave and people didn't. It's the same old round robin. But you guys brought up something about restaurant management and golf course management. Why don't you do separate and then together and see the bids and see how it works? See if they give you the same services, what they're going to do. And part of your bid process should be is if you do it separate, you guys have to work together. And most restaurant people know that they have to work with the management that they're doing because they're in a controlled thing. But also the pricing, you're right. If I'm going to spend $15 a head, I'm going to go to the watering hole. And I'm going to get really good food and really good service because I know I'm going to get it every single time I walk in. And there's going to be no attitude about it. And I'm going to have music and I'm going to have whatever else they have going on. I'm not going to spend $15 a head to go here to have rotten food and rotten service. It just doesn't work. And breakfast or a hot dog cart and hamburgers or something light on the weekends or even during the week. You got to start bringing, if you want money, that's the only way you're going to do it. You can't rely upon them, just the people in here, to support that restaurant. It'll never work because we go out elsewhere because we get better food and better service. And I'm sorry that I made something, but we've been sitting here for a really long time.
I understand. These meetings take time.
It's like listening to you guys bicker. And bickering isn't really nice among the board in front of the public.
It's the only time we can talk.
There's a lot of bickering going on.
It's the only time we can talk about the issues we have to address.
Right, but the bickering part's got to stop. You know, you guys got to quit bickering with each other, or else no one's going to come to your meetings.
We don't always agree.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service. I know it's not. I felt that.
Okay. Any other discussion on the RFP? Let's move forward with the agenda. The add-on items.
None.
Petitions and communications.
Yes, we have two. We have a speed table petition for Barbarossa Avenue. And we also have communication for Mr. Halbeck. If you've checked your emails, I did respond to him in written form. And then we also have the speed device on Barbarossa. I believe this is day 7. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes.
And are we going to keep it out there for any longer? And this is so that we can pull the data on the number of vehicles, the number of vehicles that are speeding or not. Okay, so that it's been there 7 days so far on Barbarossa. And as I did mention to you before, I said once we put the speed cushions on Cantoria, people will cut through Barbarossa. And that's what's happening, I believe, at this point. So allow us opportunity to pull that data together. We might leave it a little longer. Do you want to, are you going to leave it there longer?
It's all set.
What's that?
I got this morning. We took.
No,
it
I
off
mean,
the-
are we going to leave the speed device longer?
No,
Or
no, we took it off today. We had 7 days right now.
Oh, 7 days,
So
okay.
I've got all how many cars went through it,
Well, that's-
speed.
Well, the
Oh,
board hasn't
the
had an
pro-
opportunity to see that.
Right, you can't
And I
have
have an
that.
opportunity to
Right,
see that. So I think maybe if you give us opportunity to look
Yeah,
at it internally, and then we can
Yeah, I got
send
it
it
for
to
you,
the
but
board
not for- Right,
at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
yeah, but it's done, so.
Okay.
I don't want to wait a month.
Yeah, public.
Sure, it's public data.
Yeah, it's public record.
You can ask at the district
Chrissy.
office. I'm sure that our general manager will want to review it before it goes public, but we'll get it ready, so give him till sometime next week, don't go today. No, what we were just discussing was that we just got the data, we haven't had a chance to review the data, so we'll come back to the next board meeting with the recommendations. I understand, the process is not always fast.
The cost,
The petition came in, so we sent it out for data collection. The data needs to be reviewed and a recommendation made, and that's when we will be making a decision on the speed bump for Barbarossa, or
is there
whatever.
any way we can avoid waiting till August 28th for this? Are you not, can you look at it, make a decision, and go ahead and do it?
No, because I want to compare it to other streets. I want to see what's happening with other streets. I mean, just if 50% of the cars are speeding, I mean, is that normal? What do we have? We know that cars are going to cut through Barbarossa. I said that in the beginning when we put a speed cushion on Cantoria. So all I need to do is put together the data. I want to do some comparisons, but I haven't had an opportunity to do that since they just pulled the speed device off.
No, I understand that, but do we have to wait until August 28th to approve this, is what I'm saying?
Unless you want to call another meeting.
No.
You want to have a meeting in mid-August?
I mean, it's under $25,000, or under $20,000. Can't you just approve it?
The board needs to approve it.
Do you have the data for Cantoria, where you did place the speed bumps? Did you do the same thing on Cantoria that you've done on Barbarossa?
We haven't placed the
Well-
speed device on Cantoria because we have the speed cushions there.
Well, why didn't you do that before you put the speed bumps there?
We didn't have a speed device.
So how are you going to compare? I don't understand. You're
I'm talking
comparing
about-
what? No speed?
I'm talking about for the last 2 months. We've pulled a lot of data together on some
But
of
the
the
street
sites.
at issue is the adjoining street, Cantoria. If you don't have the data from Cantoria before and after speed table placement, how do you compare that to Barbarossa? There's no comparison. You've lost the opportunity.
I don't believe, I'm talking about maybe Almeria. I'm not talking about just Cantoria. They're
Well,
not
you
going to
have
cut
it. You have
I know,
a
but I'm
direct
not-
example.
Sir, I'm not going to sit here and go in argument mode.
Okay,
Please
but
allow me.
do you agree with what I'm
Excuse
saying?
me, in Tanya's defense, we just got this morning, we took it out this morning, okay? Wait.
What I'm saying
Can I
is-
finish? Can I finish, please? Sure. All right, we purchased the speed sign about 2 months ago, 3 months ago, right? We put it out for 7 days. What we're doing is, wherever we put it, we gather the information, we know how many vehicles are going through. So that's what we're trying to explain to you. Yes, we put it on that street, we want to know how much traffic is going through there, their speed going through there, the times they're going through there, okay?
Okay,
You're asking for speed bumps.
No, what she said,
Well,
she has to compare it to the other data.
That we have since we started this.
Stop a second. You didn't have speed sign for Cortez, you put speed bumps up. There was no data to compare to anything, you just went in, you put speed bumps. You had no data for the one that...
Yeah, why?
I'm talking about...
What it was
Can I ask a
petitions.
question?
Wait.
Can I ask
It was
a question?
petitions that people came in. Let me bring you up to date how we got there. Yeah, ask it.
When did you say you got the machine that measures the
That was
speed?
about a couple months, I'm not sure exactly.
Because I saw this thing on Orduna 2 months ago.
Excuse me, what?
I saw this thing on Orduna last month, a month ago.
We are putting it on the streets that
that people are complaining about speeding. Okay, here's how we start. We put it on the street, okay? We keep it there for 7 days. We take the data.
Yeah, but you said you just got this machine. I saw that thing there a month ago.
Oh, we got it 2 months ago, yeah, then we
Okay,
did. I mean, I don't know exactly every day. You know,
Excuse
we're trying
me,
to...
Mike, time out.
I know, but look at you guys. We're trying to fix this.
Mike,
We're trying to fix this for everyone,
Okay.
okay? We can't get every street at the same time. But listen.
Well, we put a petition in. We got the 20 signatures according to the
okay,
criteria.
enough. Thank you.
We met the criteria. You guys,
You
I
met-
came here last week. I asked you guys, what do I got to do? You said you get a petition with 20 signatures. I did that. What else is there?
Now we're going through the process. You
But
have
you didn't
to
have that
excuse
process
me.
before.
You have
Now you adopted it?
Excuse me. Let me speak now. The process that we created was because we were getting, as a board, requests for speed bumps everywhere. So the board went through a process that took us a year to put together a process. I mean, this moves slowly, and I apologize for that, but we can't put speed bumps everywhere. So we went through and did an analysis of traffic and the situations. We looked at alternative speed control devices. We ordered a device that we've only had for a couple of months so that we can monitor speed in various areas. And now we're going through the process of looking where we can put speed bumps. I've got to say, personally, I'm not as concerned with I'm not concerned or opposed to putting speed bumps in residential areas like Barbarossa that doesn't have sidewalks and isn't designed to be a main thoroughfare, as I am with putting in speed bumps on Granada that is a main thoroughfare and is designed to be a main thoroughfare. So I'm not opposed, but we do have a process we're trying to follow.
But why didn't you tell me that this process when I appeared here last month? You just said 20 signatures on a petition, and now it's this song and dance, dog and pony show.
Excuse me. We did not say that get 20 signatures on a petition and we'll put a speed bump in. What we said is that's the process of getting it started so that we can evaluate the situation. And I'm sorry.
I understand 100%, sir, of you evaluating. What I don't understand, and I don't know who you are, I think you're a legal part of the board from what you...
Tanya is our general manager of the district.
I'm sorry?
Tanya is our general manager of the district.
Okay. She made a remark that you have to compare it to the data on the streets that you've already put speed bumps in. That's exactly excuse me.
You
Let me finish.
You misunderstood what she said.
No, that's exactly what she said. I didn't misunderstand it. She maybe misspoke it. And then you went to say that you had no data for the street that is adjoining us that you put the speed bumps in. You had no data for Cortez that you put the speed bumps in. And the reason I know is I ride a recumbent and I ride a street light. I walk across my street to get my mail. I'm the third house in off of Granada. I see a car sitting there to make a left-hand turn. I should be able to walk across that street, pull my mail, and turn around and go back. Ma'am, I won't tell you how many times I've almost been hit. I won't tell you how many times I've almost been hit.
Can I clarify my statement? Can I clarify my statement?
You're not clarifying anything yet. I will let you guys know. You know how many times I've almost been
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
my driveway to go into my driveway.
We understand.
Yeah, I understand.
And does it show the speeding, sir? Does the data show the speeding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
And ma'am.
I would like an opportunity to clarify my statement.
Ma'am, I'll sit
Mr.
down
President.
anytime that you want. Okay, I'll sit down with Ray or any of you guys. I'll show you. I'll show you the data that we get, what we get back. Listen, we're trying to work with everybody, just so y'all know that. You know.
Or 2 months, you want someone to be killed?
We don't want somebody to be killed.
What's going to happen? Or dogs are going to get killed? Someone is going to get hurt on that street. And I only lived since I lived there. And you put speed bumps on the other streets. Our street has become a thoroughway for people to zoom through
And we know,
We-
right. We know that, you know, we know that. And Tanya said that right from the beginning. Once we put them, right, it's gonna move down and down, right?
What I don't understand was that statement, Tanya, that you made, that you're using it to prepare data.
Okay.
You
Well,
don't have data.
Okay, if you would allow me to clarify my statement. On Cantoria, traffic planning and design, the consultants, they do have data for Cantoria, and that was prior to the speed cushions. What we don't have data on is from our own speed device. So we do have some data for Cantoria. That was one street that we knew we had some issues on. So I know traffic planning and design, they do have statistics on that. I would like to pull that as well. But again, I haven't had an opportunity to look at what Mike has, and I'll be providing the board some data for the next meeting.
And
For our community, you would think you'd be real concerned about what's going on that street. And what's going to happen is if we speed bump our street, which I hope you do,
We do.
and I hate speed bumps. In fact,
I
when
do.
Cortez went down,
Yeah.
and Carol, I turned, and I said, oh, I hope to God they don't put speed bumps in our street. You know what? When John came to me, I was first time. We need them.
Right.
And that's been since the speed bumps there.
Well, ma'am, that's why the board has allowed us to put them in, okay? The original, how the South started is someone had to come to the board with a petition with so many names on it for your street. Okay, this is how we first started. Now, policy has changed just a little, but in Tanya's defense, she's questioned me 3 or 4 times of where we are with this street. So she does really care about this community. So I think that's kind of unfair. She puts a lot of hours in here. I mean, and I'm not just sticking up over here because I'm going to tell you that. And this is coming from my heart. Okay, she works hard. Just so you know that.
She works hard, and
Okay.
that this community works hard. I don't.
Geez, you guys, but you can't target us all the time. Well, maybe it was misunderstanding.
But- Okay, and that's where I tried to explain that you misunderstood.
They're flashing minutes on a restaurant and a golf course that they're not going to do anything about. Thank you very much. So what is the next step?
The next step is for her to process the information and bring it back to the next board meeting. Now, because that's when the next board meeting is. The board needs to make the decision. That's part of the policy that we have in place.
Can I ask the question then? Why does the board, if you got the data and it meets the criteria?
We haven't seen the data. We haven't analyzed the
I
data.
said if, sir, you're not really listening. I said if you have the data, it meets the criteria, why do we have to wait another month for you guys, for, I guess it has to go on the agenda?
Has to go on the-
And it has to be a business meeting for you guys to vote. And then we have to wait how long after that before the bumps get installed if you vote to install
If we vote to install them, the bumps will be ordered and they'll go in. I don't know what the process is.
No, it takes a couple of weeks to get, first off, we have to order them, they come in, and then we go put them up. Then we have to put them up, we have to paint the road, signs and all that. So it probably takes 2 to 3 weeks.
End of September probably?
I would say that would be fair. That would be fair. Yeah, I mean, because we got to order them and get them here and put them up and, you know, but once it's approved.
Okay, so August 28th is when you're going to make the decision?
That's the next board meeting, so that's
Is August 28th?
correct.
Okay, so I guess then we should just all not go on our street until the end of September. Are you going to keep the speed device there so people will
No,
slow down?
no, we have moved it already.
Right, so now they'll go back and forth.
Well, ma'am,
Thank you.
You're welcome. You started all this.
Huh? I drive on that street all the time.
Okay. So, I think we've kind of beat up the speed table communication. Any information on the other communications?
No, sir.
Okay. You haven't heard back from Mr. Halbig on your response to him?
I did. He said he was,
responding to Helvig's petition, or his communication. She's looking to see if she has a response from it. We responded to him, and she's responding back.
Yeah, he responded. Is that what you're asking, looking for?
He did respond.
I got it here.
He responded that he was mainly concerned about the negative 53,232. That was his response.
Okay.
I have multiple emails here. I apologize.
Okay.
You want to read his response? You have it?
What, yeah. What he said to you? What he sent to you?
No, I'm talking about his response to my response.
Says, thanks, Tanya. I was basing my comments on year-to-date
52,000, negative
page
50.
3 golf maintenance line item. It indicates to the year-to-date actual of $458,647 against a year-to-date budget of $405,416, an unfavorable variance of $53,232. That was his response. The thing I don't think he knows is that the actual labor, Mike, and correct me if I'm wrong, is over. It's the labor is how do I do this? The labor is showing that we're short 107,000 or something like that for the year, but if you go to that other thing where you did all the temporary help, it shows you're over 131,000. So theoretically, you're over budget. There's no deficit in labor that I can see.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get caught up to speed here with this, as it didn't come through my office. But if we're looking at the ag labor, you want to compare it. I mean, there's two comparisons. There's a comparison versus budget and comparison versus prior year. Versus, prior year may or may not be a good comparison at times, depending on what the course of actions were for that particular year. But the answer is year to date, we are 99,000 and change ahead of budget on labor. And you're right, that is offset by some temp labor that we have used. That 99,000 doesn't necessarily offset all of that. And the timing of invoices and things like that can also play with those numbers.
So what I'm saying is you've spent more money on labor than planned. You're not at a deficit, you're excessive, correct? I mean, I'm looking at the numbers, 317 against 417 and 149 against 18. I can tell you that's more.
What page are you looking at, Ray?
It's your report, page 12 and page 14. Golf report.
You're looking at me. I don't have. Are you at me? Yeah, is that what you're looking at?
You probably don't have the detailed report.
I don't have the same report.
That's how I read it. So we have used more labor this year than planned, and more labor this year than last year.
Are you looking at labor or outside services?
I got to look
What
at
do we-
temporary labor. Yeah, that's a hard.
Oh, temporary labor.
Yeah, that's labor, right?
I think if Mr. Halbeck needs anything else, he'll let me know.
But I don't think Mr.
okay.
Halvick knew that. I didn't, quite frankly, have time to get back to him. He's only looking at the one line. I think.
I don't know. I've given him some information in the email. I thought it was sufficient, but I mean, he can let me know if he needs additional information.
Yeah, but the information that was given to infer that we have saved money on labor is just not true. That's fine. You want me to talk to him?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm totally following you, because it would be the golf course maintenance labor that would be mowing the rough.
Yeah, but that's not the only one you have to look at. Unfortunately, you have to look at the outside.
But his complaint was about us not mowing the rough.
I'm sorry?
His complaint was about us not mowing the rough.
Originally.
Right, because of and our excuse was.
And our golf maintenance, which would be our team that does the rough, labor is down.
Right, but that's not true.
No, temporary labor is up, is what you're saying. That's not, the temporary labor,
combination.
their temporary labor mow rough?
Right, but that also includes through the full course of the year, and, you know, these are the financials through May, so we haven't reflected, you know, where we're going June and July, and my monthly reports reflect a lot more of that. But there was also some discrepancies that I brought up to Tanya, of some of that the stuff that's in outside services, were a couple old invoices. I said this in a board meeting, I don't know, back in November or December. Some of those invoices are from prior year and it was not corrected, at the end of the year. So there is a little extra that's in there. But outside services is not only inclusive to temporary labor. There could possibly be other outside services in there as well.
Michael?
The majority of it was labor.
Your labor is up. I don't care what you say. I don't care if they cut the lawn or what they do. It's up. If the numbers are wrong and misstated, you should get them corrected. These are Casper's numbers.
He just clarified that if you're looking at the year-to-date numbers, look at the May numbers.
Yeah.
If you look at the year-to-date numbers, it has some expense from the prior year.
How do you know?
He just told you that, and he's told us that in past meetings.
Well, how much? How much is from prior years?
Well, if you go all the way back to me and Tanya discussed it, all the way back to October, you would see that we were well off the budget there. I think there was $40,000 worth of it, and probably at least 20 may have been from prior year, and maybe some of that fell into November. I haven't just looked at it in a while, so I can't give you actuals on that.
I don't know why they use
Okay.
Lost track of where we are.
I think we have properly responded to Mr. Halbig, and if he has other questions, he can bring.
The thing that Mr. Halbig was concerned about was that his property is not being taken care of, correct?
It's not his property. The property behind his house is not being taken care of to his
Mr.
satisfaction.
Brooks has the same problem with the golf course. So let's ask this again. Who's supposed to take care of the golf course adjacent to my property? Because the grass is so I'd like to know who's taking care of that.
Well, I'm not sure where your property is.
It's golf course property.
I'm not. We'll have to go take a look at it, and I don't know if it's golf course property, and we will see what our maintenance procedures are for that area. Some areas are scheduled to be mowed more than others, and if we need to address that issue and change the frequency of mowing in that area, then I will have to go. I'd be happy to look at it with you. I just don't know where your property is.
What? I live on Matanzas, so off the whole
12.
Short of 13T,
Which-
almost adjacent to the 12th green.
Yeah,
And the
12.
grass they don't cut the grass.
That is something, the frequency of mowing in that area is something that we can look at and change if we do deem necessary. I know we are in a phase of where we are trying to conserve, and the fact that we are conserving labor is true. And when the golf course is not open for play right now, it would probably be conceivable that we would be trying to save labor by not keeping it mowed out the 2 weeks that it's closed. But like I said, if we want to address that and increase the frequency of mowing or increase the frequency of growth regulators, then it's something that we can look at. I'm not opposed to taking a look at it and see if we need to increase the mowing there.
Well, I think you can go take a look at it. You don't need me to see that the grass is tall. I just want it taken care of. Where's Hurley? We still have not gotten an answer on who's responsible for that type of product. I mean, who's going to take care of those grounds? Nobody still has told me, is it Hurley or is it you? This is like the third time I brought this up. I just want to know who's going to do it. And if you get $70 a year from all of us who live on the golf course. What you do with it, who knows? It goes someplace. But I want to know who's going to take care of it. This seems to be an ongoing problem between the two of you.
Let's sit down with you, and we'll go over the maintenance plan. Just as a suggestion, if you would like to.
I would recommend you meet with Tanya and do that as you would as a property owner, as opposed to taking up time for
I'm
board
doing
meetings.
it representing the people who are bitching to me about it. Excuse my, I didn't mean, the people who are complaining to me about it have asked me, who's taking care of the property?
Well,
So you want me to tell them to go sit down individually?
Well, I know Deer is closed right now until next Friday, is that correct, or next Thursday? So I know there's a lot of work that,
Yeah, they'll,
there might be some.
of which time they will, yes, as they're working on tree maintenance and things right now, in our current situation of conserving labor, a lot of their labor is consumed in some of their other maintenance practices that they need, that are required to get done while the course is closed. Therefore, it may have reduced our frequency of mowing the rough for this period of time, but once we set back to normal, then obviously our normal mowing patterns will be observed, and if we need to increase that further, then that is, we can look at that as well.
Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on to staff reports.
Staff reports?
Staff? Yeah, where am I? All right. I'll do them. We had 630 watch orders, 56 complaints to security, and we had...
You speak into the mic, Mike.
Oh, sorry about that. 56 complaints called into security. We had... Better?
Yes.
Jesus, I thought I was loud enough. He tells me I'm loud enough all the time. All right. So, and then we had 194 code enforcement violations that we sent letters out. We also the paving projects on Unit 2 are completed. They were out there this morning cleaning up. They did a very good job. I was very, very happy with this contract at Unit 2, so that's where we're with that. We also, last night, 8 o'clock, 8:30, got a phone call that there were people out on the golf courses, and they're riding on the greens, and this is another thing that I didn't have a chance to talk to Tanya quick this morning about, but we did catch the people out there finally, called the Sheriff's Department. They're involved. I'm going to meet with Robert and Mike later, and we're going to see what damage was actually done. Now, they were two young boys, 14, maybe 15, moved into the area, did not know that they thought because they had a golf cart, they were allowed to drive on the golf course. Now, I mean, what do I, so we talked to the parents this morning, and we explained to them if there was any damage that they could be, we could put a complaint in with the Sheriff's Department, but I'm going to go out there with Mike after and see how bad it was. But I did get 4 or 5 phone calls last night after 8 o'clock saying you're out there. We did catch them. So, and that was on Deer.
What hole?
There was 13, 14. They went up and down. Thank God the residents spotted the cart. Security knew exactly where the cart was parked in a garage. We went over there, knocked on the door, and first they said they didn't do it, and after I saw the tracks coming off the street, they kind of admitted it. So, all right. That's all I got.
But just, they did do damage on number 11, so add that
Yeah,
to
it was
it.
10, 11. They were going up and down.
That was last week or something.
Yeah, I get it. Well, they did not admit to last week. But they did admit to last night. So at least, hopefully, and they promised they would never ever drive on our golf course again. So, but I didn't get that in writing.
All right, good morning, supervisors. Couple of quick updates. As we've previously discussed, Deer Run is currently closed this week and next week. All of the greens and fairways have been aerified again. Post-emergent herbicides have been applied targeting any remaining goosegrass. That process fared very well on turtle in the last closure, and a lot of the goosegrass has been eradicated on turtle, and the same application has been done to deer. So we should see some very good coverage there as well. Also, you may or may not have been able to see on deer, they're doing a lot of tree pruning and lifting.
Thanks for ruining my view.
So a lot of those trees, you know, a lot of shade on greens in certain areas, playability, but also for the overall health of the tree. Those trees haven't been trimmed in a very long time, and heaven forbid we have a windstorm, a lot of those trees would probably disappear completely. So giving them an uplift obviously will help them survive those situations. But it's good for the health of the turf around it, and it's also good for the overall health of the tree and playability and safety. I'm sure you've seen, since Turtle Run's opened up, we've started to repair the washouts on hole number 14, and 16 will soon follow. We're waiting on material for 2 subsurface drains to be installed on 14 before we finish that work. So that way, most of that is all surface runoff, which caused the erosion. So they're going to put in a couple drains to get that to be subsurface.
There's drainage that's causing it to wash out again already.
Correct, and
That's where you're going to put the tiles.
Correct. So in those areas, with that, and it's basically, yes, we went out and looked at it yesterday, and basically those areas where you're starting to see more erosion, obviously that's indicating where the water's flowing. So that's where, yeah, you're correct. So we've started to bring back some help. We have rehired 1 equipment operator in the last 2 weeks as we're trying to, rebuild our team. Finding laborers hasn't been an issue, but we're looking to rehire. We need equipment operators, people that are qualified and can handle that. So that's been a little bit of a tougher situation, but we are starting that process of rebuilding our maintenance team back to full strength as we move back towards season. And obviously, when we have one course closed like this, or we're running in straight tee times, it's easier for us to operate economical. But as we get into season, we have 2 courses open with shotguns and reverse shotguns and split tees and all sorts of variations. It's going to require a lot more help. So we are starting that process now of bringing our crew back. Any questions on golf course at this time? We've kind of hit on it a couple times throughout the meeting here.
I always have a question. Tell me something. On like Turtle, all the bare spots that we have, how are we going to fix those?
So some of the bare spots you're seeing, they could be from part of the weed eradication. As we, with the post-emergent herbicides that have taken out some of the goose grass and other areas, that obviously leaves open turf. The healing process has happened on that. There has been, we verified those fairways a little bit. That helps them breathe. Also, we put down fertilizers and things like that. They are coming around.
If you irrigate or whatever you call it to a fairway and it's dirt, will grass grow back?
So it depends on what kind of grass you have. Bermuda grass. So Bermuda grass actually it can grow in. So our type of fairway grass actually grows sideways, as opposed to grass up north that would grow more vertical, like a ryegrass or that. But that's the reason why you sand your divots in the fairway and you don't replace your divots, because that's how the grass will grow in sideways, as opposed to going to pick your divot up and putting it back. That's the reason why we do that. So yes, larger areas will obviously take longer to heal, but smaller areas can heal fairly quickly in the summertime.
And I think we brought this up a couple of years ago. I think you got some serious problems on Turtle. I don't know if everybody else agrees. A lot of bare spots. Can we spray paint them or something, keep people out of them? Ground under repair? I mean, I'm telling you, it's now we're almost August 1st. There is no way that course is going to be ready the way it should be assuming somebody comes from up north back down here. I just don't see it being ready. I'm just food for thought. You make your own decision, but
I've rode the course a couple times this week, and I've been really, really satisfied. So I think probably the process that we would need to do is I would love to ride the course with you.
I've ridden it with Earl.
Correct. And well, if you're going to ride it with me, you're going to ride it with Earl too, because he's going to have a lot better answers than me. But I would, sometimes maybe we just need to ride and see it through your eyes. You guys are out there playing a lot more than we are. So I'd be happy to look at those issues, and sometimes you might get more specific answers to certain areas. Certain areas may have different issues than others, and just to throw a blanket summary on it from here, it may or may not be the right answer. So I was kind of thinking that I wanted to do that anyway, but I think we could address some of your questions and concerns easier in a one-on-one.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take a ride with you, but
Right.
I'm just saying in general, my opinion, and only my opinion, is that you've got some problems on turtle. Deer's in much better shape than turtle.
I'd love to sit down and that'd just be a great idea to
I mean, I can think of
point out exact areas of what we're going to do.
turtle number 11, the fairway again.
17, same thing.
Sure.
On the right-hand side.
11 and 17 have historically been trouble areas with poor soil conditions. We're actually putting together the August newsletter that has some of that information in there. So they are addressing that. Certain chemicals, sludge, I don't know if it's a pH imbalance or anything like that, but there is those holes specifically, and it's generally more the back nine than the front nine on turtle. The soil on the back nine of turtle, of course, they were built at two separate times. The soil conditions on the back nine of turtle are a bigger obstacle than the front, and I know he's planning on sludge applications to adjust some of those soil conditions. And I remember 11 and 17 have always been trouble spots, even for the back nine, and they're marginally better, and they're going to continue.
Even 16 by the trap on the right, that's all bare now.
Yeah, there's definitely some trouble spots that are more difficult than others out there.
Okay.
But yes, I'd love, if we went for a ride with Earl, he could tell you exactly what he's doing in those areas to improve them.
In fact, I'd like to encourage all the board members to do that. If you're willing to go out on the course with Mike and Earl, I would definitely encourage each of you to go out there so he can show you some of the maintenance practices and some other things.
Yeah, I'd love to do it. I've done it over 5 years, but it doesn't seem to change. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'd love to do it. But we got to do something about it. I mean,
Sure. Well, it'd be a great opportunity to let you know what we might need to do that, or if it's possible, or there could be many of issues, irrigation for that matter, coverage of irrigation.
Okay.
It'll be easier and more constructive than this setting here.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I watched them the other day on, it was number 12, the par 3. The par 3. They were mowing the dirt. I got to tell you, I was impressed.
No.
I mean, Mike, you just set it up with us. I'd love to, but I just want to see something done and not just a reason why it isn't.
I agree with that. We shouldn't have to tell you that the course is in bad shape. You should know it.
All right, moving on to the F&B. And again, I'm sorry?
In the golf committee update, we talked about CPR courses.
Correct.
Is that going to be open to, I've been certified, that's gone. I need to be recertified. Are we going to be available?
Sure. As a discussion in the last board meeting, we were going to try to aim for the fall to put some of that together. I have reached out to our contact to start the process of rescheduling that date, and it was brought up in the last board meeting to possibly have a public session for that as well as we're going to do it for staff. And I have brought that to his attention. We have not set any dates or gotten there yet, but yes, the answer to that question is hopefully we can get some participation, because there may be a cost associated with it, and I would love to do it, and I'm sure he would be happy to do it as well. So I'm going to try to set that up.
Okay, my
it's just not
concern-
complete.
Through the district last year, 3 years ago, maybe
We
4.
we did that for staff.
No?
When was that? And then
That
we
was
had,
open.
we opened it to the public, yes. It's probably been about 3 or 4 years ago, that's right.
I would be concerned as to whether or not there are any COVID and social distancing issues to deal with to schedule it anytime
Correct.
soon.
Correct. That's why, yeah, we're looking in at a fall date, and hopefully, well, that's the reason why we canceled it to begin with. So, but we are looking for hopefully in the fall. But obviously, everything changes day to day.
And on that same tone, the EMT, district managers working on that with their staff, so that the EMTs know if we call and say we're on Deer 7, they'll know where to come?
I've already provided maps to the person in charge at this EMS station, so he has everything he needs, and then as a follow-up, he's going to be meeting with Mike Lemire and Mike Hurley as well,
Correct.
right?
It happens to be the same guy.
It's the same person.
It's the same person.
Okay.
So
he
we're
has the
putting it
maps
together.
of deer and turtle and accessibility, and so y'all will be reviewing that with him.
Correct. It just happens to be the same guy doing both
Okay.
scenarios. All right, on the F&B side, obviously, we've discussed it for a little while. We are going to open up the Snack Shack area. Mainly the draw for that is going to be, the ice cream scenario to it, but it will have all the other amenities that's currently on the beverage cart. And then the plan is to grow on that, hopefully. So whether that will include, hot dogs and other things at certain times a year, and certain times may be better for that stuff. But the idea is as we're successful, we will move forward and in growing that. And my vision on that is to, have events that we could utilize that for, it'd be community events, whether it's a kids drive-in movie at the drive-in range where we could have the Snack Shack open with ice cream and, popcorn. I think that would be a great idea, or maybe some other ideas that we decide that we can utilize that area. In reference to, some of the survey information, you have, we did issue our action plan. It looks like, we're going to revise that for the next meeting with some completion dates. I'd be happy to do that for you. Some of those things have already been put into motion. I know we've had a lot of questions and some public comment about menus today, and it's coming out in my August newsletter. I have tried to clarify that a little bit for the membership, but we're going to do things, I think, fairly drastically different this year as far as menu setup. We're going to have our core menu for sure, which is, and we have this menu done, so if anybody wants to look at, I wouldn't say it's a final October menu, but we have a projected October menu, if you would like to see kind of how that plays out. But we'll have a core menu, and then we're going to have, we're going to continue our weekly specials that we're doing now. And as we get into season, as it gets busier, that one weekly special may become 2. The hope is for it to become 2 as business increases. But also we want to, on top of that, we want to do monthly featured menu items. So menu items that change monthly, which could be 4 or 5, and it could be seasonal, depending on the time of year and what fits. And that will not take away from daily specials that we do, which is based on operation and what's going on that particular day. So we'll basically have a core menu, daily specials, weekly specials, and monthly specials that will all rotate. In conjunction with that, we're actually on that menu proposal is a small pub menu with smaller items like hot dogs, chips, pretzels, patty melts, and things like that. So there was several concerns and advice that was given from the public of what they would like to see, and we haven't, although that stuff might not be seen till October, we're definitely trying to make some changes to some of the voices that we heard from the public. At this time, that's all I have, unless you have more questions.
I do have one question, just on the survey. I didn't understand this. I know we'll discuss this next month, but here's the mentality of you guys. Soup and half sandwich, the comment is, soup and half sandwich will always be available on Wednesday, and on request as in the past, and will include choice of ham, roast beef, turkey, or chicken salad. That's because it's very popular, which is said in the thing. So if it's so popular, why don't we put it on the menu for every day?
It's very popular on Wednesdays because that's when the ladies come in to play cards. Right. It's very popular, and if anybody would like a half soup and sandwich, they can ask for it. It will not be a menu item per se, but it would be something that because it doesn't need to be on the menu. If somebody wants a half soup and sandwich, they can just say, "Hey, I would like a half soup and sandwich," and we will say, "Okay," and we will serve you that.
I think.
Why not put it on the menu?
I don't get it.
If you want my honest opinion why we would not put it on the menu is because then we would be...
Too much demand?
No, it's not too much demand. So we're basically would be inferring for people to order half of what they might. Does that make sense?
No.
So it's always going to be an option. If the board really feels that they want to see that on the menu, even though we will serve it anyway, it doesn't matter to me. We can add that to the menu.
Mike, the reason I brought it up was not to get it on the menu or not get it on the menu. It was the mentality of how we're running the restaurant. People obviously like this item because they buy it on Wednesdays when all the women play cards. Other people may like it too if it's available on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You're giving people way too much credit thinking they're going to know to ask for this as opposed to putting it on the menu.
Okay.
I want the mentality to be, you got to get away from this better restaurant crap. We are and make it a regular dining or regular eating or regular restaurant.
So I will. It will go on the menu. It does increase waste because when you get a half a sandwich, it's a whole sandwich cut in half, and you get half of it, if that makes sense. No. So the other half there is options for extra waste there. I don't see it being a huge difference maker as far as what we're concerned. So I'm more than happy to put it on the menu, and we will do that.
Work with the chef. There's ways to make half sandwiches.
Correct. We will put it on the menu, and we will make it happen for you.
Okay. Any other staff reports? Moving on, General Counsel report.
Not a whole lot to report this month. I did get an email from one of the judicial assistants saying it looks like the earliest the courthouse is going to be back open for face-to-face civil matters will be at the end of August, but the rumor is that it may be even longer than that. I had a conversation with the county attorney's assistant yesterday afternoon and was informed that the ordinance issue on the one parcel, one vote voting should be on the second meeting in August. But based on the information that we've heard about the county attorney, I'm not 100% certain that will in fact occur. But that is what I was told yesterday, and that was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So other than that, I can answer questions.
Dave, I just have, and I've had these things that you are mitigating and stuff like that. Are we doing something wrong that we have to end up making deals or something? I mean, because if we're going to, we shouldn't try to prosecute these if we're going to end up making a deal or something, or is that something we just automatically?
Like say, some of them are just ones that we get involved in as a potential third party. But like I say, generally, if things settle, it's because it's economically feasible to settle.
Well, yeah, but it'd be more economically feasible if we don't even get involved.
Oh, agreed.
Let them keep doing what they're doing if we're going to end up paying. I mean, You know better than that than me, but it just doesn't make sense.
Understood. Yeah, I'll take a look at them and see if there's anything that we can cut out of there.
Okay. Well, it just, I don't.
Okay. Any unfinished business?
We're gonna talk about the pool membership rates.
What about the general?
Yes, that's in the workshop.
General manager's report.
I'll be quick.
Yes,
Okay.
general manager's report.
The road paving project in the Unit 2 area is substantially complete. I'm not sure where they're headed next, but I'll get an update from the contractor on Monday. Craig and I, we've spoke about a development manager position, and I've put together some information, but I also would like opportunity to reach out to several of our consultants to get some ideas on how we could move forward with that, either from a position or more of a consulting position. So I'm looking more into that. That was brought to the board at the last meeting. Also, President Hotelling and I, we met last Thursday. We talked about goals, objectives, and strategic planning. We would like to bring that to the board at the next meeting is the plan. Also, we talked about providing the maps to the EMS, and we've done that as well. And I believe that's all I have. Any questions?
Yeah, can we, Unit 12, what are our plans for Unit 12? Do we have any plans for Unit 12?
We don't have any definite plans right now for Unit 12. We're still talking through that. I believe.
Should we not come up with something?
It's
We are.
definitely on the goals and
We are.
objectives that she and I have been discussing
We-
that will come back to us next week.
What's that?
Yes.
Next month, I mean. Her doing something about Unit 12 is one of her goals and objectives for the coming year that has to be addressed. So there's certainly discussion going on, but there's no process yet, which is a little frustrating. Yes, we should come up with something.
Yes, I agree. No.
Okay. I have a couple of questions for Ariel.
Oh, and then the marketing plan, we received some information on that. I also had that on my list, just to make sure, if you do get a chance to read through some of that data, it's pretty good data. So, but yeah, if you have any questions on that.
I thought it was interesting that the new house construction is up considerably in the last 3 years compared to the 3 years prior.
That's correct. And I believe out of those 34, I have 2 of them as commercial. I think 2 are commercial. Is that right? Yeah.
Are we going to see a marketing plan for this year coming? If I remember correctly, there was 2 presentations. One was the Casper presentation, and one was a district presentation, and we were supposed to somehow put them together, and somebody was going to tell us what we're doing. That was out of the last meeting.
We have 2 marketing plans put together. One was a PowerPoint by Billy Casper. The other was a district
So are we
marketing
doing them?
plan.
Are we doing those? Or
That's what we've presented to the board as the proposal for next year. Yes, sir.
was there a price, is it in the budget, the correct amount to cover it?
To cover the marketing plan, yes, that's correct.
Can I ask her a question?
Of course.
Ariel, on this information you sent out on the timing for recreation master plan,
Yes, sir.
you have down here, the Board of Supervisors are going to do interviews Monday and Tuesday. They're going to surmise it and come up with a questionnaire to Sun and Lake on Friday, the 14th.
Yes, sir. The dates that I've
Right, and then it's going to be distributed on August the 17th. I don't think that's enough time for the board to see what the questionnaire is and react to it.
Okay.
So I would suggest, I'm not sure what the date should be, but I would separate that 17th so the board has a chance to look at the questionnaire and critique it.
You want to do that at the board meeting, at the 28th board meeting? Look at the questionnaire? That's really the only time to do that as a group.
But we could get,
I mean,
You could send it out to us earlier.
of course, yes.
It would be
yeah.
part of the board packet, and we'd discuss it at the board meeting, correct?
If that's what the board wants to do, absolutely, that would be, I get it out to you.
The last time we did a survey, but when I got it, it was too late to do anything with it because it was going out already.
Are you talking about the Billy Casper survey we did?
I mean, we only had like a day or two, and then it was already sent out. And I'd like to just not have that happen this time, have a wider gap, so that if we don't agree with their questionnaire, we can make a change.
So how wide a gap do you want?
I don't know, I mean, I can look at three.
I mean, I responded to the survey with the time we had, so
Yeah, I
if you
did-
need more time.
I did too, and nothing happened.
Mm,
That's correct.
Wait,
I responded as well.
Okay.
I'm just trying to-
We were trying to meet a deadline as far as the board meeting and discussion on the survey.
So that's water under the bridge. I'd just like to see it not happen this time.
Okay, so do you want it to come back to the board, or do you want just more time to review it as an individual supervisor and get your feedback in?
Well,
I'm happy to do it either way.
I would think that if we're going to make changes to it, we should do it as a group.
Okay, so put it in the board packet, and we'll put it as a discussion item for next month.
I mean, because we don't even know what it looks like yet, right?
No, correct.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Of the 19 units permits that we put out in 2019, are those spec houses, or were those actual people that became members of Sun and Lake? And I guess the question would be the same on the 32 new permits that we've had for this year. Are those sold residentials that we know of, or are they spec homes from developers?
Out of the
I'm sorry.
32, for 2020, out of the 32 residential, we did have 11 of those from Southern Homes.
Has he sold any?
I don't know, but we'd have to follow up with that person. I don't know if they have. Do you know, Omar, if they've sold any?
I would say probably the majority of them are sold.
From Southern Homes?
From Southern Homes, yeah.
So would you say the 32 permits that have been executed so far this year?
I'd probably say 75% are for residential and then 25% are for spec.
Okay. Okay.
Which would be custom versus spec. Is that what you're? Yeah.
Greg, I asked Omar just this morning, we got 1.4 million, I'm sure you saw that, and
Yes.
sold by a county, but almost all those are contractors that are buying the lots that the county has.
No,
So-
I understand that.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
but
that-
we've
which
got,
is-
yeah, these are, the developers have
Yeah.
found that to be a good avenue
Right.
for buying lots here in Sun and Lake and then coming out and putting in units. And somehow, I think we need to help get that done, thus the development guy, or whatever you want to call
Oh, I agree,
the
I agree.
marketing people, because I firmly believe that we have an opportunity here because of the pandemic, unfortunately, but we need to make sure that we get our picture out there in front of people to come here and build.
Yeah, well,
And if we got to bring in all these contractors, when I talked to Tommy James here recently, he said he has been getting calls
That's what he told me.
galore on people wanting to build homes down here. And we need to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it's important now. It's not the marketing program that's doing this. It's the county giving us.
But what could it be if we did market?
Yeah, I mean, and that's why it's important for Ariel to get where it sinks in, because I drove just last week around, and I just drove looking, and there's 33 starts and lots being cleared, and that was just last week. So it's really growing, and I think it's selling halfway decent. So it's important now that we take advantage of it. Somehow, some way.
Okay, moving on. Unfinished business,
None?
new business,
None?
committee reports.
None?
Finally, public comments. This is your opportunity to come forward and talk to us about anything that we haven't addressed.
It's on the agenda, our protest, or our signatures. I should introduce myself. I'm Karen Emery from Mantanzas. I'm not a golfer. I have endured almost 3 hours of golf, and you are working very hard to keep us profitable, and I totally encourage that, and thank you for your efforts. But as a swimmer, I want to know why we're going to bump the rates again. I moved here in 2018, it was $50. Last year it was $54. I just paid $64 for the membership. I want to know where or why we're going to bump it again. I do see a new signature, even though I have a key fob to swipe that I'm there for enjoying my membership that I pay for to swim. Now they want us to sign. We're told us because of the COVID guarantee, and yet no one had to sign that COVID guarantee to be in this room. I don't like it because I like my mouth covered in that small cubby as you enter in. There may be 3 or 4 ladies in there, and I don't have a mask when I go to the pool. I want to get out of that lobby and out to the fresh air. So I'm asking why we need that signature. In and out, by the way. I don't understand that. But I would like to hear why the board, or if the board is wanting to bump up the rates, I want to hear why. Okay, that's my whole point. And we do have a petition. Has everybody reviewed how many names and how many letters were sent in? It wasn't even addressed on the agenda. Why is a pool never important? That's one of the things that young people enjoy, older people enjoy, the aerobics and the yoga. Why isn't that a priority? And why couldn't it be the first thing on the agenda?
Ma'am.
I have that as a question.
Ma'am,
I wait your answer.
can you confirm where that petition was turned in? I'm the one
I
who-
can't hear you.
Can you confirm where that petition was turned in? Because they're supposed to be turned in to me, so I can get it to the general manager.
It's on last month's agenda. It was copied in.
So it was part of a previous agenda, is what you're
And
saying?
it was to be discussed today. That's why I'm here.
That's not how it works. Typically, what happens is I receive a petition, and then it gets put on the following meeting's agenda. I'm telling you, I've never received it.
It's in the minutes of last month.
Okay, so then it was
If you wanna
discussed
review
at
last
that,
month's meeting.
that it was discussed at that meeting. It wouldn't
So-
be discussed in the following
So
meeting.
the outcome was not clear.
Yeah, the outcome isn't clear. We have a budget workshop following this meeting, and that's where we'll be discussing the recreation rates.
Well, I would like to know what is going into the workshop, because the pool hasn't had, other than maintenance things. They took out the fountain that wasn't working. They've trimmed and cleaned, as they usually do. The pool was cleaned. The floor of the pool was cleaned. So I'd like to know and have it, the membership, because we did have a signature, and again, it's in last month's meetings. So you saw it? Okay. So all those, if you need more signatures, we can get them. But we need to know why. I mean, a 3% for golfers, I guess that's okay. But to go above a 3%, we're going to be very upset.
We understand, and that's part of the discussion that we've had. The reason that it came up is we did a market rate comparison, and we have been way below market on the costs involved with the pool. We operate, obviously, a lot of our services at a deficit, including golf and the pool, but we were trying to make up for some of the lost ground in that area, which is why it came up for discussion. It has not been resolved whether it's going to go up or whether it's going to go up that high. We are making pools a priority. We actually have a consultant coming in to discuss the whole recreation area and whether or not we need a second pool. So it's not that pools aren't a priority, but obviously particularly if we're looking at adding a second pool, we need to look at, okay, what is the revenue from the pool that's going to offset some of that expense, because pools are not cheap to build or maintain.
Oh, I pay my $700 a year
I understand.
without using the golf course.
I do too.
And I want to implore you not to raise my rates for swimming, because I do enjoy that as part of my residency here. And I like it that it's open for hours. I would like it a little longer hours, especially in the summer, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
Thank you, ma'am, for waiting so long. Sorry.
Mark Camp, resident. I just had a couple quick questions, and actually it was a result of me driving over here and hearing some things from the board about maintenance on the golf course or otherwise. Since Deere has been closed, I was not aware that off the back side of number 10, there were a number of trees cut down. Now, I don't know who's cutting them down, if it's the golf course operation or the district.
District.
Okay. So the question I have is, just out of curiosity, why that's not a lot, that's a district-owned property. Why are we cutting down trees over there?
They were all dead, 17 of them.
17 dead trees?
17 dead trees right there.
Okay.
Pine trees.
I mean, if you look there, you see it. But they were. They were
Okay.
all dead, not
Fair
living.
enough. That's fair enough. I didn't know they were dead. I didn't notice it being dead over there, so I appreciate that.
Okay.
The other thing is there's been a tremendous amount of discussion about the restaurant and the operations. And you know what? Not for nothing, Michael. I appreciate it. But you talked about a core menu, which we currently have today, a weekly and daily specials, which we currently have today, and monthly specials, which we don't have today, but we've had during the higher season when the people are down here. So I don't see any change there. You mentioned a little bit about a small pub menu, but I don't know what that really means. There was questions and has been questions about soup and salad and half sandwiches, and I couldn't believe I heard the resistance about serving half sandwiches as a problem and not having it on the menu as a regular basis. You know, there's a number of golfers that go in after golf. One of your biggest sellers in the afternoon is hot dogs, believe it or not, because people want something quick to eat in and out. Same with people want to have sandwiches, quick in and out. I get a salad almost every day, quick in and out. People go into restaurants down here, you know, you go to, you know, be it Cody's, you go to the, you know, the Wild Turkey, you go to a Watering Hole, you go to all of these different places, the Blue Lagoon. People want to go in and have a menu. Yes, they want to have steaks. They want to have some of the better meals, but they also want to have a quick sandwich. They don't want a $12 burger or a $13 burger. And if the food operations is going to continue after numerous times people have written letters and asked, if they're going to continue on the same old path, we are doomed for destruction. We need to get people in on a daily basis, sell that idea. People aren't going to come in there because they're not going to pay $20, $22 for a meal, along with the service having a problem. Those are just a couple of the questions I had. You've heard about it. I'm not going to, you know, I'm tired of beating this. I'm tired of writing letters to every district manager for the golf operations about this. So, you know, I will continue. I used to go there 4 times, 5 times a month, 6 times. Now I go there, I'm lucky, and it's not because of COVID, but I'm lucky if I go there once a month. It's just, you don't offer what I want, and I'm sure it's the same with a lot of other people. Thank you for your time.
Linda Camp, resident. One thing I would like to say to Michael is the one person that I want to compliment in the restaurant is Frankie. When I go into the restaurant, Frankie knows my name, what I drink, He has it ready for me. He comes to the table and serves it. I never have to go up to the bar. He knows all of the girls that I golf with. He knows everything that they drink. He goes above and beyond. If I ordered even a glass of water, he'll put a lemon in it, and he brings an extra vase with water and lemon in it in case I need a refill. He's always there for refills, and he does an excellent job at serving the food when we're in there. And he'll give you suggestions. None of the other staff do. They don't. If I would go in every Tuesday night before we play cards, they never knew what the soup was. We actually had one girl turn around and say to us, "Well, didn't you read the thing on the way in?" They don't know the specials. They don't know what the soup of the day is. They don't. We always have to ask for rolls. So if Frankie could be used as a tool to train these people, maybe that would help out your staff as far as service goes. And my other thing is, every other restaurant in our area, they offer buy one, get one beer. They offer a ladies' night. Like, we used to be in there all the time on Wednesday night. They could have done a Winey Wednesday. That's what the girls used to call it, where you've got a special for wine. We don't do anything like that that encourages more people to come in. I mean, we can go down to Cody's and you get buy one, get one for a couple of hours. You go into Outback, they've got specials. You go into the Blue Lagoon, it's cheap as anything to drink in there. So we need to start to do something to bring the people in. Right now, the people aren't coming, so we need to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, we still have, discussion.
Hello.
Sorry.
I'm just here because I represent the Ladies Golf Association, which has 50 men. Oh, do I have to say my name? Okay, it's Sandy McMecken. And the Ladies Golf Association plays almost exclusively on the Aqua Tees, which have been, I mean, they're really fun to play, but they're moved around a lot and they're not where they're supposed to be. And sometimes they're I mean, I just don't understand why there isn't some attention paid to them. When you look on TV and you see all those tees like that, you know, we just thought maybe we could be one of those at the end, but you can't even see it unless you know where you're going. And so we want some attention to that, if we could, please, or to at least find out what's going on, because we're told last summer that it was going to be worked on. We're told this summer it was going to be worked on, and now we're told it's not going to be worked on. So if we could just get some information of when we're going to get something done on those, then maybe we wouldn't complain. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I was going to bring this up later, but in the comments from the survey...
They can't hear you, Ray.
In the comments from the survey on the golf course, the very first lines, and this is Earl, I assume Earl did this, the very first line says, Aqua Tees have been in the budget several times and have been pushed back. It should be done, and comments are valid. And I assume he's referring to the comments that were made on the survey. So I was going to bring up later, that to me would be the number one priority from a capital standpoint for the golf course. Because even if we agree to it now, it doesn't get done till next summer. If we push it off this time, you're talking 2 years down the road. And I would think the ladies are, and we've talked about this before, I mean, I think it's the right thing to do personally. So I was going to bring that up later if you want to talk about it later, but just let Sandy know in case she's not here later on when we get to this.
Yeah.
You can go. I'll let you know.
Okay. Board to board. Anybody have anything they want to discuss before we take a quick break and come back for our...
I just want to thank whoever gave us this bag. I don't know what's in it, but thank you to somebody.
There's some goodies.
And The menu, I appreciate Mark and Linda talking about the menu. I mean, when Mark was on the board, we've talked about that menu, and I'm sure you guys have all heard the stuff even Linda brought up. I mean, when Dan Stiegel was here, we thought, with the people after church that we go to, can't find a place to go eat. So we asked them to serve breakfast here. It's just a mentality, but we got a brunch. I took my wife there twice, and it cost me $25 for breakfast. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we can't seem to get together and do. I mean, I can go on and on and on what Linda said. I mean, it's just, I had lunch there not long ago. And I had a hamburger, my wife had a wrap. It was $35 with the tip. That's lunch. I'm going to quit, but it's just, and people ask why that we're looking for other, I mean, it's just ridiculous. None of us are people in Naples at a private country club. They're paying $20,000 a year to be a member. I mean, I just want this place to succeed, and everybody knows I pushed like heck to get this new restaurant built and took a lot of the criticism. But it's not, we got to quit this fine dining stuff and get stuff in there that people want. And I want something small like Mark does for lunch. Now, if I want a $30 meal, I'll go out to eat and get a steak. But I don't want that sometimes for lunch or even dinner. So I'm going to quit, but there should be no reason why people think why we're doing what we're doing. And I've been on this board 5 years. And I said it the first time I was here. And we're still doing the same stuff. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I need Ariel, get Ariel back in here. I have a question for her. Is she outside? Well, my question for Ariel is on this pertaining to the pickleball courts, the overhang, there was two that we were shown.
There's just examples. I was just trying to show you an example. I don't have the actual photograph yet of what it's going to look like for the shade covering.
Yeah. Oh, so we don't know what it looks like? Oh, we haven't done that yet. Right.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
So,
well, my question would be...
But it has to be in coordination with Marmor Construction. We can't put it up yet, so I haven't seen an actual photo of what it's going to look like, because I know that we have to pick out some colors and some other things, so...
Okay, well, what I would be concerned about, or what I am concerned about, is that originally the pickleball, they wanted two things. They wanted places to sit, and they wanted to sit in the shade. So I assume this one thing is going to take care of it all, that we're going to provide seating under this canopy.
If we provide seating, we can just buy some of the plastic benches.
I would...
As far as...
Go ahead.
Good. The shade, yes. Bleachers, no. Bleachers was an idea that was brought forth years ago, and I know that we had that in the budget, but bleachers are permanent. We don't want a permanent structure there. We want to allow them some space to move around.
Is the canopy not going to be a permanent structure?
Canopy is, I'm talking about bleachers for seating. So we want to allow, if we buy some benches or something underneath there, that's something we certainly can do.
What I would like to see before we proceed is when you decide what we're going to do, to show it to the pickleball people, whoever's the head of the pickleball thing.
Right, that's the plan.
And get them to sign off on it before we commit to it. I want to make them happy. I don't want to put up a structure and then come and say...
I wasn't planning on having them. We can show them what we are doing, as part of our budget process. That we were going to communicate to them, absolutely.
Yeah, we'd like their input, right? I would look for their input.
No, I wasn't planning on getting input. I was planning on showing them. They wanted shade structure, so we're providing what we can do within the fencing structure and in coordination with Marmor to put in a shade area.
I would think it'd be in our best interest to make them a partner in this before we do it, so we don't have to hear about it if they're not happy with it.
They've requested shade structure for quite some time, so we are moving forward with
But they
that.
requested bleachers, too. That's what
I
was in the
haven't-
budget.
Yeah, but that was years ago. I haven't heard that to be the case lately. I don't know of any, I just know that underneath the shade area, they want some, bleachers are permanent. When you put bleachers in, it's secured to the concrete. So,
I'm just saying,
yeah, I don't know if that's conducive for right there either.
okay, I don't want to hear it.
Is there a concern with getting their input on the shade?
I can't, I mean, we can reach out to the person in charge. I don't even know if that's Mr. Smith, I believe. I
Yeah,
don't know who
Charles- I think it's Charles Smith, isn't it?
but that,
The guy who runs the pickleball?
I mean, we don't have to do exactly what they say, but if they...
we are going to communicate it to them,
Yeah,
absolutely,
but I think that getting their input might help. I mean, they might have a suggestion that we haven't thought about from their familiarity with other courts.
Plus, we can blame it on him, not us.
I'll do whatever the board wants. I mean, Mr. Smith, as far as the shade structure, we finalized what the shade structure is going to look like at this point?
Yes, is it 15 foot, right? It's a 15 foot, there's steel poles, and it's got the overhang that goes over the sidewalk area.
Okay. And so the board is wanting us to share that with Mr. Smith. He's the one who's in, what's his title?
I don't know that there's an official title. I just know he's a very active pickleball player.
Okay.
It's going over the sidewalk?
It's going in that first entry. So the plan is eventually we're going to extend it all the way down. That sidewalk that was there used to stop right at the entrance. That's going to be extended all the way down to the end of the courts.
Where they're going to sit?
Right there on that walkway, there's a pad that we poured on the other side of the
So there's
sidewalk.
enough room to have a sidewalk?
Yeah, it's going to be right between the sidewalk and the shuffleboard courts. So I think they're going to be pleased with what we're giving them. So.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't worry about it.
They're going to get some shade, so they'll be happy.
Yeah.
So I need to send the photo.
Yeah, we can send it to Mr. Smith and...
Is Jim
and-
Jones part of that?
Yeah, Jim Jones.
You were just talking to him.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, that's what we were actually out there discussing. Mr. Jones came in and saw me earlier this week as well, and he and I have had a conversation about shade and some of the potential temporary fixes until we can come up with the money to do something way more permanent.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Jones is referencing the walkway that is within the facility, not the sidewalk that's walking up to. He was asking about shading within the facility, that main drag that has the courts on either side of it, is what he was just speaking with me about.
Inside the court area.
Inside the court
is what
area.
they would like. While they're playing, they want shade, but we can't accommodate that within the structure.
I think that to me is a bit much.
Yeah. I'm sorry, they want shade on the courts.
That's what they would
themselves?
like. So
On the courts.
In the shuffleboard court playing right now, we have one shade structure going up on a pad outside the fence, and we have another pad poured. We will eventually be adding another shade structure there as well. So they're going to have two shade structures with seating area to see both courts with shade. So there is a plan in place to go extend it more.
Shuffleboard has coverings on both sides, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
And you've seen the white plastic benches. Those have held up really well, and that was my thought, is if we needed to buy a few more of those for underneath, we could do it, and then you can move them around as they need it. They held up very well for weather, so that was the idea.
Am I correct? Because I sent Jim Jones to you because I said we give money for a budget, and they got to work it in for that. This is nothing special.
Well, with what Mr. Jones was referencing, a shade structure of that capacity would be a pretty extensive capital project. That is, yes. So
that's what I told him. That's not
different.
That's something you got to work on in a long-term situation.
Correct. And things
but
like
they're making these demands
things like that can be suggestions that come up whenever we do the recreation master plan. The questionnaire will go out. The public is encouraged to give us feedback on what they would like to see based on some of the questions. There's a public workshop element that goes along with the recreation master plan, so there's certainly time for folks who use those facilities to voice their opinions or put some of that information out in front of us, and then it's obviously up to the board to decide what of those projects we're going to go forward with and prioritize. So
Okay. Any other board to board? Okay, let's take a brief recess and come back to the workshop. Is 15 minutes long enough, or do you want a half hour? 5 minutes?
I'm fine with 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes.
5-minute break.
Thank you, darling. That helps. Oh, right, yeah. Our nation said 12-1.
We're all here?
She was.
Okay, let's move forward with the workshop. Are you driving again, Omar, or?
Yeah, I'll take it over.
Okay.
Hey, can I, before Mike starts, wait, no, seriously. I had Mike do me a favor, and I asked him how much money the Canadian residents paid in memberships last year. And he did that report for me, and it's actually a little over $253,000. So to me, there's a question mark on at least $253,000, whether we're going to get that income, to what extent we will get any of that income, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to propose, before we get into all this, that we put all of our capital on hold until January 1 and reevaluate it, because we'll probably have a better feel for what's going on with the COVID and et cetera, et cetera. Because right now, I would be afraid to go forward with capital not knowing where we are. And we may have a serious problem. Because that $253,000 turns into food and beverage, it turns into a lot of things.
Do we need to spend it if it's in the budget?
No, but that's what I'm saying. I would like to purposely
Well,
hold the capital.
I'm just saying if it's in there, we don't have to spend it.
I would hold more than that. I'd hold performance appraisals and salary increases. I would look at every capital item. There's only one that's calendar critical, and that's the overseeding. So we have to make a decision on whether or not to go forward with that. We need to understand the impact of not releasing the carts. Mike, what happens if we buy them for $1?
Well,
That's not what I'm saying.
and I believe you're asking if we ran them one more year?
Yeah.
You know, being that they're lead acid batteries, I could foresee it being an issue when we get to, February and March, when a lot of times we need to get these carts to go 36 holes with 3.5-year-old batteries, I think, and it would have to end up getting all the way to 4-year-old batteries.
Have we ever done that? Do we know that?
It can become an issue.
Yeah,
And
Excuse me 1 second, I'm sorry. That capital, which we can argue all day, I don't believe carts and the agreement that we have is capital. So outside of that, but I'm talking the general fund, I'm talking the utility fund, to help, because it's not all there in the golf fund, to be honest with you. I think we ought to freeze about $250,000 worth of capital, if not more than that, until January. That's all I'm trying to say. I mean, we can discuss, when we get into whether we want to do the electric carts or whatever it is. I just think we ought to put some money aside, not spend it, even though it's approved in the budget.
The other problem, you got that 250,000 might double. I mean, if the New York snowbirds don't choose to come down here, the Canadians may just be the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where they are. Are they going to open up the border this month? No, I don't think they are. So the border is still closed, so even if they wanted to come down, they can't come down.
August 21st, I think.
Is that what they extended it? Well, they'll do that. there is a big insurance I mean, we're going to have a problem, I believe, until they get a vaccine, which who knows when.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be on the safe side so we don't hang ourselves. That's all I'm trying to do.
I agree 100%.
So I would say any capital that we have, that we agree to, just unless it's absolutely mandatory, it has to be done, goes on hold until January the 1st. And then we'll look at it in October and decide what we want to do.
Okay.
You guys okay with that?
Just from the utility operations, if you could have us look at that. I think
We can look at it.
from utilities, though, I believe we truly need to continue our maintenance and capital, especially on the capital side. But I mean, if board wants to put a freeze on everything, we would need to put a freeze on everything until January 1, including utilities.
As we go through it, we can say this is an exception. I mean, we can decide that today.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm not.
Sure, we can revisit that at the next meeting and sometime in September once we know more about what our Canadians and our golf memberships are going to look like. Yeah,
Yeah, you're not going to know your golf memberships to the end of the year, because what may also happen, if this place opens up, say they come out with a vaccine, a lot of your yearly memberships are going to turn into 5-month memberships from the Canadians. They may come down in January and do a 5-month membership versus a year's membership. Because they're only allowed to be here a certain time in 2021. So we may lose revenue that way, even if it opens up.
Yeah, I think your point is well taken. I think what I was hearing from Mike and what I think the clarity is that we still should budget the priorities for capital,
yes,
but not spend them
yes.
Unless we are confident or know that it has to be done. And
that's it. Agreed.
You know, certainly areas like utilities, we need to take care of anything there. We've got we do have the strength of a larger budget beyond golf and restaurant, thankfully, and we need to be able to take care of the needs of the community. But I would agree that if there's excess now, I think there's a valid point. Should we look at leasing equipment like golf carts and the maintenance equipment, or should we try to extend the existing leases or buy them for $1 or whatever it is in the case of the golf cart? Those are issues because that is capital. That's where we budget that, even though, as I've said repeatedly in my mind, it's really operating expense. We budget it in the capital, so that's something that we'll have to decide sooner rather than later on the leases.
Yeah, where's Omar? I mean, to his point, for our purposes of interpreting a budget, why can't we put it where we want to?
So I tried to explain this last time.
But that's...
Let me finish. If we go into the golf fund right now, if you look at their financials, show me where the golf cart expense is.
It's in the capital.
You're not going to find it. It's not in the golf.
It's in the general fund capital.
It's in general fund, correct. That's my point, is I can't make it an operating expense to Mike's financials because he doesn't record it. He doesn't pay for it. He doesn't even account for it. So if we want to do that, we need to amend the Billy Casper contract, which excludes them from capitalizing anything over $5,000. So that provision was set in their contract in order to exclude all these major costs for an operational point of view, if that makes sense. That's really what's going on. So once again, that is a completely possible scenario. There needs to be a contract revision and an accounting where they're taking responsibility for that operating lease and paying for it and putting in a GL code, because that's not what happens now. The general fund pays it and we put it in capital. So if you look at page 2 of our budget.
This sounds like what we went through with the...
If you look at page 2 of this budget document, the capital comes out of general fund. It does not come out of the golf fund.
Well, in the previous years, you put it in the golf fund.
But it was never getting paid there. For budget purposes, we show you what the number is.
I don't care where it's getting paid from.
But from a financial standpoint, they have to match. In the financials, you don't see any of their expense. You don't know how much they spend on the Turtle Run restroom. You don't know unless you look at the general fund. If any district resident pulls a golf financial, they're not going to see any of the capital expenditures. It's not recorded in BCG's accounting system.
This is the first year you reported it this way to us,
Which way?
the way you're doing it now. You didn't do that before.
Right. This is a more accurate illustration. Before, I was trying to show you what the cost for golf really was. If I move it to golf, that's really what you're paying out of golf. Now I'm showing you where the money's coming from, if that makes sense.
Well, I don't understand. Why don't I want to know what the cost of golf is? I know the money's coming from one of our
But once
funds.
again, because we break down the subsidy and the capital transfer as two different things. We've always laid it out there. In the budget right now, you see a capital transfer to them, which in reality, the budget's always been set that way, but we never transfer capital funds to the golf fund. So this is what really takes place right here. So once
Now,
again,
before-
it is possible.
I may retire in January, but before I retire, I'd like to ask a question, just get a simple yes from somebody once.
I just told you what we need to do. We need to make a revision to the golf, to the
say
BCG
yes.
contract.
Okay.
I didn't make the contract.
Go ahead, Omar.
Somebody's on. Who's on?
Anyways, looking at page 2, going back to compare from the second discussion to this discussion, at the last discussion, the budget was at an overall excess of $385,000 between all three funds. If we look at page 2 now, the ending number, we're at an excess for all three funds of $185,000. We all see that number at the very last column at the bottom, $185,000.
Yep.
If we kind of take a deeper dive for each fund, the general fund has a deficit of $185,000. The golf fund has a deficit of $200,000, which is the subsidy now that they're coming back at the second budget. It was zero at the last time, now it's $200,000 subsidy that we need. And then utility fund has a $570,000 surplus. So from that surplus, we're going to transfer $385,000 to each one of those other funds, the golf and the general fund, leaving an excess inside the utility fund of $185,000 as of this current budget. Are we all on the same page as to where the money's come and where the deficits are and who pays for what? Are you on the same page?
You're saying that we're
Go ahead.
positive 185.
We're 185 positive between all three.
See, what you don't understand is we only
We
care
have a
about that
balanced budget.
185,000.
We have a balanced budget.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's amazing.
It was $385,000 last workshop, positive.
Yeah.
But that was with
Yeah, I
no
know.
subsidy to the golf. Once again, the only change has really been the golf subsidy of $200,000. They've now come back with a revision.
I think most of us are okay with the total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this year projection, also want to go over that. On this, you see the current year projection as of the last meeting, we were projecting a deficit of $242,000 across all three funds. We're now projecting a deficit this year of $182,000. And then page 3 shows you how we get to that deficit in between the three funds. So golf was projecting a deficit of, give me 1 second, $310,000 as of the last meeting. We've now gone back and done some revisions. Now that deficit is looking like it's going to be around $250,000, making the total deficit for golf and general fund $832,000 in the whole, and then a positive $650,000 from utilities, which we will be transferring to offset that deficit, leaving us at the $182,994. So that's where we're at as of this year. Any questions on overall or comparisons to how we got here before we jump into golf? So page 4 shows you the overall breakdown. Total golf and F&B revenues are at $3.795. Total expenditures $4,422,000. So there's an excess or a deficit, a subsidy of $627,000 total. That includes the $200,000 in subsidy and $427,000 in capital that's being paid for by the general fund. And then there's percentages to go with that. And then we also provided a breakdown on page 5 of how much, based on our percentages and our breakdown of golf versus F&B. So the golf operations are showing a deficit of $314,460 with capital. And then the F&B is showing a deficit of 312,540 with capital. So you can see there, they're pretty much about the same profit-wise when you factor in capital and operations. Page 6, we've shown you the transfer from the over time from the general fund to the golf fund. Page 7, we went over the golf rates today and approved those with the exception of 3 categories. Page 8.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Page 7.
Yep.
I'm going to skip a little bit. Follow me here. Page 9. The golf memberships, the proposed budget number 3 is $1,040,000. Correct?
Correct.
On page 7, the projected actuals are, I didn't add it, but they're not right. 1053, 1053.
So we discussed this in the last meeting. So that difference there,
That don't fly. I can tell you, if a budget is a budget, if the memberships you're telling me are going to be $1,053,000, then that's the number.
sure. So if you look at the projections on page number 7, all that is based on, what the projections that we've done. Now, what's not calculated in there is discounts for medical leave and other things like that. So when people come in and pay a membership, they may not pay that full rate that you see on here. So there's a $13,000 allowance in there for those situations. That's why it doesn't match.
We've never done that in the past. Why all of a sudden are we doing it now?
I just think it should be accounted for. It's actually what happens. I think we should account for it properly. If we don't,
your
Well, then
numbers.
there should be a line item on your proposed membership rates.
Yeah, we should add another line item to get down to the 1040. I think we should also add another line item for projected discounts, because we do offer a discount if you pay with, is it a cash payment up front?
These prices are for cash.
When you pay for
When you pay
check.
cash. So
Line
even
items
though,
down
even
there to
though,
make that 1,040 or 1,040,000 at the end.
We can do that. We can do that.
sure,
Again,
I think you discount it.
I understand, match.
I just think the numbers ought to match.
So yeah, we'll add another line item to the spreadsheet
To make a match?
to make them match.
Yeah, we can
I mean,
make a
that's
match.
not-
We can make a match.
We can make a
It's all
match.
good.
Is that how you do a budget? We're going to make a match?
Well, we need to make it realistic. We can't just,
Good. Okay.
What they're telling you is page 9 is the budget, page 7 is a worksheet. So they're going to make the worksheet match the budget.
That's fine.
That's what you're telling me. And you feel comfortable with the forecasted numbers next year, that membership's going to drop by 30 some odd?
I am comfortable with that situation outside of the current pandemic, yes.
Oh, yeah, we have to soon, yeah. So why is our membership going to drop?
Well, we've gone through and we vetted most of this. Some of that membership includes, you remember in the projections from earlier with the 50% off program with the, out of 52, we're looking at, roughly 50% retention. Now, those numbers are reflected in there, so there's 20 some odd other ones just in there.
But they're going someplace else too, right? Into other categories.
The ones that we retain, the ones that we do not retain fall out, and they go back to playing however else they played before. We do have some folks that, medically are aging out that we've spoke to. They're just not healthy enough to want to rejoin next year in certain situations as like that. So, we've fairly vetted this early, late season, kind of before the pandemic really took off to where everybody was comfortable with, and that's where we developed these numbers. We physically vetted the list and said this person's this person's that. It's not a guarantee for sure, but that is our best projection.
Okay.
Page 9, we'll go over the overall budget. So we excluded the proposed budget number 2. I felt like, obviously, that was a zero subsidy budget. We weren't in line with it, so it was really for comparative purposes. It wasn't apples to apples. It really didn't make sense for comparative purposes. So we're going from 1 to 3. Obviously, we've just talked about the golf membership change, so that went from $1,065,000 to $1,040,000. Course and driving range fees are the same as proposed number 1, as well as pro shop sales. Cost of sales went down $2,000 in relation with budget number 1, so there were some adjustments there. And then I think Mike gave a pretty detailed breakdown of all the changes throughout the rest. So net operating income from golf operations, budget number 1 was $32,000 in the positive. Budget number 3, we're now at $72,540.
And it's estimated that we'll make $245,000 this year. Right?
Correct.
I wouldn't be proud of budgeting $72,000 when we're making $245,000.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
And then the restaurant is showing a deficit of $272,540 in comparison to the $297 proposed budget number 1. So that, in relation to current estimated, is a lot more favorable. So the total deficit estimated this year is $250 in the hole. The proposed number 3 is $200,000 in the hole. So better than this year's estimate.
Do you not see a problem that the payroll is $785,000 in the restaurant, your gross margins only $857,000? I mean, we got to figure out a way to fix that.
Again, so when we go through the actual restaurant personnel that is dedicated restaurant staff, that number there is based on a 40% labor cost. Now, we also, in tune with that, we include the administrative labor and marketing labor into there as well. So that's why that number is slightly above that 40%. And 40% is a very positive number in the restaurant industry as a whole, may be slightly high, but in the golf business, in the golf world of restaurants, that is very acceptable. In fact, more in the private sector, that number actually is much higher, maybe closer to 50% or more. So since we fall in line in both worlds, 40% is a pretty solid number.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying from a staffing of the restaurant standpoint, but then it would appear that we're administratively heavy, because it is pretty hard to make a profit when your labor is almost as much as your margin.
What is that general and administrative number? What is that? I should know that.
So general administrative, that number comes from page 16. So the total is $369,950. We split that between golf and F&B, 60-40. So if you add the $221,970 and the $147,980, you get to that $369,950. So that's utilities for the clubhouse, phones, supplies, building repairs and maintenance, bank fees, credit card fees, BCG management for 120s in there. That's all those line items combined for that category. So what we do is we allocate 60% of that to golf operations and 40% to food and beverage.
Well, it looks like the BCG number of 120 is all in there, isn't it?
Correct. Right.
We put that in the food and beverage number?
Yeah. 40% of it. 40%. So you're paying for their
That's not
fee.
what it says. You can tell, it says 120,000.
Where?
So where's 40%?
We split it on page 9. That's how you get to that G&A. You asked me where that number comes from, the 147,980.
980, yeah.
That's 40% of that 369,950, which includes the 120.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
You want to talk any detail about any other changes you made?
Can we get to 12 yet?
Yeah.
Page 12. I see an opportunity on green fees for about $28,000, based on your numbers. Green fees is outside play, correct?
That is correct.
Well, according to your numbers, you estimate that the outside play will go to 34,000 rounds from 29,379. And that increase, if you take that and you apply it to your number, it should be 1028.1, not a million. So it's just an opportunity if you want to put it down there. I just did the math thing. It's 15%. You're going to pick up 15%, I think, rounds in the public, so this should go up by 15%. I mean, it would get us a little bit more.
I'm sorry, Ray, you're going to have to point me to where you found that.
The bottom of page 7, you list the number of rounds that you're estimating. If you take 34,000 against 29.4, and then you apply it to $1 million, which is what you put for green fees, you actually come up with 1028.1.
For the 39,000 is member rounds, not outside rounds. So if you look at public rounds, it's only 34,000 rounds.
I read the wrong. 34,000.
Yeah, but
against last year's 29.
So if you look at 17 and 18, 18 actually had more rounds than 18-19, yet the revenue from 18-19 is more than 17-18. So there's got to be like an APR calculation there that doesn't pan out to a flat dollar amount. Just because you get more rounds, you get more money. That doesn't. The number's not showing that.
He's saying the amount.
You see that?
Forget it. No, forget it. Leave it like it is. No, I don't see it. But leave it. That's fine.
To look at it another way, to Ray's point, if you look on page 12, the estimated actual for this year is 894. Right. And if we're projecting 15% more green fees, that would be $1,028,000. Right. And you're saying,
I see that calculation, but I guess my scenario or my analysis for 17-18, we had 34,184 rounds. His revenue was only 987, so it was less. Even though he had more rounds that year, it was less in revenue than 18-19, which had less rounds and more revenue by $200,000. So there's a correlation there that not necessarily more rounds make more money. It's how much in certain times or tea times. So there's a
absolutely correct.
There's a deviation there. So,
but I would hope that the green fees in 2021 are going to be higher than they were in 17-18.
So that number is based, I took the 3-year average APR from public rounds, and I multiplied it, which is around 31 and change, and multiplied it by that $34,000, and that's where it roughs out. We like round numbers here, so that's where I came up with that number. It's based off a 3-year average APR, not based off of this year's APR, because this year's APR is obviously going to be different than other APRs, but that's where that number came from.
Okay, I like round numbers too, so let's split the difference and say $1,020,000 in green fees instead of $1 million. We're going to need that 20,000.
I mean, we are, and no matter what number we put on there, we're going to try to find as much as we can. I promise you. Is that the consensus of the board then? The suggested $1,020,000?
It's really just.
I mean, I just took your numbers.
We give it to you, you're going to spend it. You give it to us, we're going to spend it.
Well,
We're going to find as much revenue as we possibly can.
no, I understand
For sure.
your goal is to make as much revenue as you can. We're trying to put together a budget that gives us as fair a picture going into the year as we think we need. And I know we're going to have some discussion before the day is over on the recreation fees that are probably going to be less than what you have in the budget. So I'm looking for anywhere I can come up with a little bit more to offset that. And I think 20,000 here is reasonable.
All right. As long as everybody's okay with it, then I'm.
I would agree.
Everybody else understand the logic there? I'm using Ray's logic and rounding down to
There you go.
to your benefit. So yeah, I think $1,020,000 is going to be the right number to use there for green fees.
I think you just go page by page and just, I said, let's just go page by page and go to 13.
Ooh, another good page. You on 13?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead if you have questions on 13.
Are you really sure that you want to put that food sales for the restaurant at that number? Do you really think you have a shot?
That is a definite decrease from last year's proposed budget, and I do think going into this fall, it's going to be a very difficult number to hit for sure. We have not gone through in the budget process to date with any assumptions regarding the pandemic. Am I concerned about some of those revenue numbers hitting in the fall? Absolutely very. I am very worried about that, but obviously we would make operational adjustments when that time comes.
I'm saying pandemic aside, there is no, I just don't see any kind of indication that 560,000 in food sales and 365,000 in banquets is a possibility.
I think outside of the pandemic, I think it is possible. It is not going to be easy. I mean, we are pushing hard to get to those numbers. I think in a pandemic world, they are very hard to reach, especially the banquet revenue.
Have we booked any banquets for the fall?
We have very, very few. Some are still on the books right now. We've actually moved some around that were supposed to be in the spring, and now we've pushed them to the fall. That are there. Some people are kind of in a waiting pattern right now to see what's going on before they make their final decisions. But as far as weddings and long-term banquets like that, no. There is, I think, at least one wedding in there that we were counting on still having, but
I mean, I know you're going to do your very best to try and make all these numbers. I understand that, but I do expect the budget to be within reason of achievement.
Sure, and that's why I reduced. From last year's budget, obviously the reason was to jump it up. I believe the number was around $100,000. I didn't find that to be achievable last year or this coming year. I did make some adjustments there, and I also felt like there was other areas that were maybe a little bit low last year, and I changed them for this year.
If you look at 17, 18, rather than the 2 years in between, this budget is not that big a jump over 17, 18. And we've got a brand-new restaurant that should be making us more money than our restaurant could do in 17, 18. So I don't think it's an unreasonable reach. It's going to be a challenge, and we're going to have to see some major improvement over the last 2 years. But I think it's certainly achievable based on the numbers I see in 17, 18.
Sure, and the last 2 years have incurred closures. I mean, last summer for sure, we were closed late. The prior summer was in that time frame. We were originally that was when the original idea of the restaurant construction was supposed to be. And I know we never got close to getting there, but there was actually like tentative holds on 3 months during that summer for banquets, and we lost a few, weddings in particular. So revenue was slightly down on the banquet side those years. I'm sure they would reflect on there as well. So yes, to answer to second Mr. Hoteling, they're not unfeasible in a normal world.
Based on everything I've seen, based on what I read, based on what I hear, you got two chances, slim and none. Everybody else happy with them? That's fine.
If the pandemic happens, I agree completely, and that's where the concern that 250,000 could become 500,000 real fast. But I don't think we can budget based on the pandemic continuing.
No, you can't. I agree with that.
So I'm okay with the number, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I am too, because I know sincerely Mike's going to try and everything he's got to get it, but whether he gets it or not.
So just, if he achieves all these numbers, just for the records, if he achieves all these numbers, we're still going to lose in the restaurant $272,000.
Isn't that exciting?
Huh?
Isn't that exciting?
Oh, it certainly is. I'm just...
But that's part of our role as providing the clubhouse and restaurant as an amenity for our residents, and why we really need to look at the residents' needs as far as how we create the menu for it. Okay. What's next? Sounds like Ray's driving this truck. Huh?
I'm sure we will.
Any questions on 14 or any other operational costs? We made, I forwarded you all the assumptions, some of which were, we had to clean up from the last meeting, but there's some pretty small changes in some of the operating costs, all of which are basic reductions based on where we feel comfortable that we can save. Is there any questions on any of those?
Capital.
Want to go to capital?
Yeah, page 21.
So,
and I kind of brought this up before. Even though I'm saying that I want to push the capital until January, but assuming everything runs well, I would like to challenge us to do the aqua teas for the women, and I would do that in lieu of golf course improvement, short game practice area relocation. Those don't need to be done right away. And I would give the women what they want, which is their aqua teas. I don't know how anybody else feels about it.
I remember hearing from Earl and I think Mike that the concern with the aqua teas are that we don't have a master plan for the course, and we may be putting some expense that we're going to have to undo, which is why it's been pushed. I understand the concern, but I also understood that the belief was it wasn't that big a concern for the ladies. Now, we had one lady come today representing the club saying it is a big concern for the ladies, that the way the aqua teas are set up doesn't make them feel loved.
So yes, Ms. McMegan, she was part of the committee that was responsible for locating aqua teas. Now, I don't. As far as we stand, we're definitely all for the aqua teas whenever we can, whenever it's fiscally best for us. I just think their priority of the original priority of what teas and what course were the biggest issue. I think the priorities changed through the discussion with her and her committee. So we have devised a plan, and this is the budget for that plan, to this basically would take care of their biggest concerns. It's not a full revamp of the whole course. This is addressing their major concerns.
I'm sorry, so we have the Aquatees in the capital, is that what you're saying?
No.
Next year.
So I'm hearing we're not addressing her concern.
In the proposal now, if we're proposing to move it forward, then that's a different story. So if where is it right now?
Right now, it's not in this year's budget, in the next year's budget.
So the proposal is to move it forward in this year. I can agree with that. So I think if we want to adjust that, then let's go ahead and do that.
So what's the total capital for all of them?
We have budgeted
$35,000 for, you're talking about for the Aquatee project?
Yeah, but don't kid yourselves, the Aquatues was $150,000.
right, which it covers everything.
Right.
The amount that we've budgeted, which is the amount that we've come to agreement so far, addresses their major concerns. It's not a rebuild of both courses for Aquatees. It's building tee boxes where they are concerned the most.
I'm sorry, you're saying there's money for Aquatees in here already?
Next year.
Next year.
It's in the 5-year capital.
Yeah, but the next year means that they won't get to see it for 2 years. I mean, come on.
I'm just telling you where it's at.
Oh, okay.
So if we want to, so the discussion is we want to move it forward, and
And how much is it? 35,000?
correct, which we can, it lays out,
Come on, it's $150,000.
if you want to redo every Aquatee on both courses, which is the original proposal, and we decided that was too much to outlay, so it's been deduced to address their major concerns. We would be happy with doing either or, but the discussions have led us to this point of that dollar amount.
I think if you're going to do it, you do it right, because the master plan for deer, which I assume it's only deer, that's in this master plan, I mean, that's years away, and you told me it could take 20 years to even accomplish it, right?
It would be at whatever timeline that.
Well, I mean,
it could be more, it could be less.
I just think the women deserve to have their Aquatees like they've been asking, that's all.
And me and Earl are, when 100% agree with you, we just need to agree on how much money we're going to spend on the project and when we want to spend it. We're in 100% agreement of making this project happen.
Well, I would do it the right way. I wouldn't do it half.
So you're saying you would like to do the full project, all the Ts, the original proposal?
This is just me. You have to hear what the other guys want to say. This is what I would think. Yes. I don't know about the rest.
You've had discussions with the Women's Committee, and they were okay with the proposal that we would do the $35,000 fix to the Aquatees?
I would think, when they were asked to address certain issues, I think they were happy to get something rather than nothing.
That happens to be true.
If that's being frank enough.
Okay, so they weren't really happy with it, but it was at least something, is what you're telling me. And we're dealing with, we want to put off all unnecessary capital expense, but we're looking at $150,000 for a project.
Well, I mean, with the short game practice area relocation, we don't need to do that right now. We have a facility right now.
Yeah, it's a safety concern.
That could wait.
Right. So if we're talking about switching out that 35 for the 35 budgeted for next year and just flopping those, that's an easy fix. If you're talking about the full $150,000 project, then we got to figure out how we're going to do that.
I mean, I think the women would be happy if you split it up one course at a time. Do one course for next summer and the other course for the summer after. I mean, we've got to give them something. And when we do it, we should do it right. So instead of doing 5 or 6 holes on turtle and 5 or 6 holes on deer, let's give them all turtle 1 year or all deer, whichever, and the other one gets it. They get it the next year. So that way, it's only $70,000 or $75,000.
Okay, it's 75,000, so where's the 75 going to come from? We're going to put off...
Well, you take the 35 out. Who needs that?
Okay,
That's-
that's part of it. So you're going to take out the 40,000 in course improvements too, or the 40,000 in clubhouse upgrades? And then we're not putting off any capital.
The 40,000 includes the turtle number 1 bulkhead, which I think is a priority. I don't think
That's a safety,
can't come out.
that's a definite priority
And then
there.
the other 20 grand is the cart path repairs that you talked about earlier in the meeting that need to be addressed too. So that's 20 and 20. So I don't know if that's moving anywhere. But anyway, also, we started the budget with a $185,000 excess. We put in 20, which you just added. So we're at 200,000. And if we move 35, that's 235. And if we take out 75, we're back at about 185, 175. So we're still in the positive if you do 75,000, if that's enough.
If we give them the Aqua Teas, we'll say it was Neil made the final decision. They'll love you, Neil. They'll be in love with you.
I would like an opportunity to revisit the quotes, because I have a feeling it's going to be more than 75,000 for
Right.
18 holes.
We're going to need to make
Yeah,
sure.
we need to
I
revisit
don't want to
that.
be stuck on the $75,000
Yeah, that's
number
not-
as if that's going to take care of everything.
Well, you said the 150, that was for both courses?
Yeah, but it was a rough...
I only got that number from Earl.
So we can put 100 would be considered for budget purposes?
I'm not 100% sure that it covered both courses. I'm not
one
prepared or comfortable with agreeing that that's going to cover everything without having.
We'll
that
verify the
in front
number.
of me. We can. We will.
I think, the women are just as important as the males.
We
treat the women
totally
like
agree.
not very nice.
Are we talking about...
That's right, the women are more important than
That's
the males,
why-
I've been told.
That's why we are proposing to make some change. We
Are we
agree.
talking about needing to build 18 tees, or are some of the Aqua Tees, like on the par 3s, just going to be at the front of the existing tee?
Most of them are probably new tees. I'm pretty sure the par 3 tee boxes, I think they don't extend out far enough, so they're probably going to,
Okay,
they might
so
be,
we're talking about-
it might incur an extension of a tee.
But essentially, you're talking about building 18.
Building, yes, and to be honest with you, I wish Earl was here to speak on the Aqua Tee project, because my involvement in it has not been a lot, so. That project's been going on long before
We need time
I
to
started
revisit
here.
that,
Yeah.
because we were assuming we were going to push it out to another year, so.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get a real bid in there, and then we'll address that.
So we are looking at, just to be clear, you want us to recalculate on redoing the Aqua Tees on one course, correct? You want
We want
all
to
of
find
it.
out what it's really
I would
going to
like
cost.
both courses, but give us the separate numbers so we can decide one goes here and one goes there, or they
Got
both
it.
go together.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
Okay.
Page 22?
22.
What about overseed, Mike? If you don't do that in November, you can't do it, right?
Earl's projection time for overseed, the optimal window is late November, early December. If you do it too early, it's too hot, or if you do it too late, it's too cold. So,
If you don't do it,
if we don't do it, period,
The grass just goes dormant, and we'll get thin.
we'll be back to that scenario. As far as dollar amounts go, it was, if we pull up the plug on all of that, I think it was 50 or 60.
75,000, I think.
Somewhere in there, yeah, but that includes seed, and some of that also would include the fertilizer and extra things that would accompany the overseed.
If the Canadians don't come down, do we really need to overseed? If we have less play?
You don't care about the residents that live here year-round?
Get that, but
To answer the question, no, we would not be required to overseed.
I don't mean
However,
required,
you would have to understand the product that you will have will be different without overseeding.
I think it's important that we present what our course looks like when it's in the right kind of shape. Because if we've got people coming down here, especially if this pandemic still is going on, there's going to be people trying to come down here, whether to move full-time or part-time. and they need to see what our course looks like, not what it's, because so I think that 75,000 is important, because I think it's going to actually show what our course is like, not what it's, if we take that out, we're going down the paths of Highland Ridges and Country Club of Sebring and
I don't have
boom,
any
boom,
issue
boom.
with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
So I am not in favor of moving that seating out at all.
Now, if we do overseed, I would venture my best bet that we would be the only course in this local market here to do that. So it does set us above everybody else in our direct competition.
All the more reason to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there's concurrence that we want to do it, and I think, we need to plan on doing it. We'll cross some tough bridges as we go forward if we don't get the influx of our Canadians and other uplanders, but I think certainly for the time being, I wouldn't look at taking it out.
$22?
Did we make a decision on, we were talking about essential capital. I know this practice area briefly got discussed, but we didn't make a decision on whether we're going to leave it for now.
We're going to leave it.
Okay.
And
then the banquet is the last item, the banquet furniture and remodel, $40,000 for that?
No, I think we hold that.
We're going to hold that, okay.
I mean, that would be my.
It should stay in the
keep
budget.
it in the budget.
We're just holding off
But
on
don't plan on spending it right away.
Right.
Right, stay in the budget.
Yeah.
What about the golf carts?
Can I ask a question on this page?
The golf carts, we're going to go ahead and prepare the RFP, but we're also going to look into that dollar buyout option and then come back to the board with our recommendation. But I think we can give you all the options on, here's what the RFPs came back, here's what the cost, here's what our options on the dollar buyout, and then the board can decide from that array what they want to do.
What's the date for the lease?
The lease expires December 31st.
Yeah,
So-
say towards the end of the year, so there will be
We're gonna try and issue
a
that.
period.
So we'll know whether or not we're going to have the Canadians
Yeah.
back before we have to commit.
Correct.
What was that?
So what he's saying is if
Taking 90 days to get golf carts.
right, because they
90 days, so if we order them September 1,
We'd have them December.
if our lease is up December 1st, and we commit before that, are we okay even though we haven't taken delivery?
everything is in production by
Yeah, you're not hearing each other. So the question that Joe is asking, because if we don't make a commitment until November, we may not have the carts until February, but we can still get the lease signed in time to still be okay.
I'm pretty sure that'll be fine because they'll be trading them in if we decide
Right.
to go with that new vendor. So I think that vendor
So we'll
will
just
work
have
with
to
us
keep
on when
our
to.
old fleet
when
in
to take
use
over.
for a little longer until the new ones come in.
Oh,
Yeah, we would exercise the dollar buyout, and then we would just
trade it in after. Yeah.
we'll just work through that period of delay the best we can
With no carts?
No.
with the current fleet. With the current fleet.
But long-term, Mike, you're not recommending that, right?
I mean, you could do it for a little while. It's hard to say, as the amp hours go up on these carts, the battery life goes down.
But that's what I meant, because
I think,
just so we
they're not all going to go bad. He's
just so we
correct.
get the deal that, I'd be concerned about that if we didn't get the deal. Because I certainly think you think we need them, and I'd like the idea of the better batteries.
Right.
So
And on the discussion of not, if 10 of them go bad, that's an issue, because there's plenty of times in February, March where we have the whole fleet on the golf course and we're waiting for them to come off the golf course. But if the whole fleet's out on property, and 5 of them go down, we don't have 5 carts to take to them. And, that's why, and we also, don't forget, we also lease 10 extra carts.
Yeah, I know that.
To get us through, so,
And we might need to lease more than 10.
which is a
on top of-
possibility
yeah.
too, but then that portion comes through with the agreement as well, but.
Did you get that?
Something about a maintenance agreement.
What's going to happen, and the biggest concern we have on golf carts is batteries.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to, excuse me, we got to talk into the microphone, because if I ever want to rehear this,
Yeah, the biggest concerns we have on golf carts is batteries. So if we can do battery test, it's going to take man hours and things of that nature, but then you can identify the bad batteries, group them together, replace those carts. If that's a concern where you want to spend some dollars and get that and, buy time.
Right. So there's,
Ultimately, I think it's about $100 a battery right now. $100 a battery.
Each cart has how many batteries?
Each cart has 6 batteries.
Six. So there is measures we could take to buy
$60,000.
us the time if we need to. We would, it might be a struggle at times, but we would, obviously if that's what we got to do, then that's what we got to do. So.
should there not be $140,000 in the last year, 2024 and 5? You got 2 years of nothing.
No, so what we're doing with that is the warranty on those carts are 5 years long, right? But the lease is only for 3 years, so we're going to have 2 years with no payment so we can spend it on other projects. Or we could extend it over 5 years and pay, let's say, $80,000 over 5 years. We just wanted to create gaps of cash flow for other projects.
So we're keeping the carts for 5 years now?
The new carts, if we get the lithium battery carts, because they're warranted for 5 years.
Because they're guaranteed
Guaranteed to what?
for 5 years.
It's like if you got a 3-year lease and paid it all up front, you're still guaranteed for that 3-year
The
lease.
batteries are guaranteed.
Yes.
Correct.
But the body damage,
Well, we take care of that now anyways in the 3-year lease. That doesn't change. Our biggest concern is the battery life and the amp hours.
okay?
So,
I'm going to digress just a little bit.
Go ahead.
You put in 15,000 for a ranger on the course. How often, how many hours are you planning a week for court ranger?
I mean, we haven't fully put a whole program together for that quite yet. My
Is that
basis,
half a man?
my basis was like 4 hours, 3 or 4 days a week, and I think it would, when we start the program, I think we would start it off a little more than that, and then as things, if we're noticing that, policies and everything like that are not being breached as much, then we could do it less, and it'll be random. That way, that's the way I was figuring on balancing it out.
I think you guys are very vulnerable on Saturday and Sunday afternoons.
Right, so that would be, so on certain days, like when we notice that there's people sneaking out, or, certain days where there's groups on the course that aren't following policies, I mean, we'll probably match it up to what we hear and see. But for the general part, just so people, we're not going to have a ranger out there 100% of the time.
No.
So for the general speaking, we would keep it random. That way you would know if, the cop's sitting around the corner or not.
And you would still subsidize that program by going out yourself and having...
Correct,
your
and
staff
that
on
is
occasion
subsidized
as
by
well.
what we currently do with the pro shop staff. That is correct. That's a good point.
Watch Sunday afternoons. They all come by my house. They did it again last weekend.
Okay, we will.
So, just to finish this off, I assume the Turtle Run restroom is dead forever?
Turtle Run restroom is out in year
It's nowhere.
23, 24. So of that 175,000 in the 5-year capital, 100,000 is the Turtle Run restroom, and 75,000 is the driving range lighting.
Oh, so that 175,000 is now the Turtle Run restroom?
Yeah. So the 5-year capital sheet gives you the detail of what is compromising that 175.
And, what? Do I have a sheet on that? All right. And I assume the Turtle Run irrigation updates to the green loops, or whatever they call those things that we did on Deer. On Deer, I assume that's a dead issue?
What was that?
The irrigation upgrade
I'm not saying it right. What do we, on Deer, the greens,
The Greens Loop,
the green, yeah, we did the loops, and we were
Yeah.
going to do that on Turtle.
right now, we've taken all the major projects out until,
So that's out.
as of right now, yeah, until we figure out the board
the
decides to put it back in, or we took out all the major projects, which was the 2 irrigation projects, the district office, the pool. I think
This
those,
is 350,000.
we took it out, man. What was taken out during that conversation to see if we could balance or where excess would be.
So we're not putting it anywhere. Okay.
Any other questions on golf or golf capital? Nope. So we'll jump into the general fund. Page 23 gives you just a scenario of operating revenues versus expenditures. We went from a 117% deficit in first budget down to 105 in the second, back up to 111 now. So we're at a total deficit of $385,000. That includes the golf $200,000 deficit. Page 24 shows the assessment rates. Once again, we have not proposed an increase to the current rates, and that's what's been budgeted in 1, 2, and 3. So we'd stay at the $700 per residential dwelling. Page 25 shows you if we went up 1.5% on assessment rates, how much revenue that would generate, and roughly about $40,000 if we went up 1.5%. Page 26 is recreation rates, which I know there's going to be some discussion on, so who wants to start it off?
I have, before we get in, on page 27,
Yeah.
are those the counts, the sold counts?
That's how many we sell in a year.
Does that include the golfers?
No, this is actual paid,
So this is
paid
every
membership.
memberships other than people?
Other than whatever's included in golf, correct. This is actually coming up as the office and paying and actually getting a membership, which we account for.
Okay.
So each of you received an email from Mr. Branson regarding the pool memberships. Are you ready to talk pool memberships on page 26, 27?
Yes.
Okay. His proposal is for the board to consider a 6-month offering at an annual rate of $90.
The problem I have is snowbirds are in the habit of paying a full year, which amounts to $20 a month if they're 3-month people. This new rate, they would be paying $50 a month. I don't think they'll do that. We raised the resident rates more than we raised the non-resident rates. Doubling the rates is prohibitive, damn near punitive, and I don't understand why we would think.
Do you think it'd be better off for them to pay the daily rate? If they're only going to be here for 3 months and they go 20 times at $4,
I think $120 for the annual rate is the right number. That's $10 a month for a pretty nice facility.
So right now we have Racket Club at $125, so we're off $5. So that's not a big change.
No, I'm
The
talking about
fitness
the
centers-
pool. I'm talking about the pool.
Fine. We're pool, yeah, pool's 150. So the reason why we did excess, if you look at page 28, the deficit in the pool is 120,000 compared to 18,000 in the other facilities. So 5 times more cost at the pool, and it's only $25 more. So there is more operating overhead costs that go into the pool than the Racket Club or the fitness center. So I don't think that they should be equally priced. Hence, there's a variation there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know, I just think I think half your winter traffic is snowbirds.
Yeah.
And if you don't have them, you may end up washing out on a revenue increase. I don't know. I just think 250%, 150% increase is prohibitive.
I think
You on that count, do you know how many of them are snowbirds?
We do not, because at the time they come in and they just pay the rate and sign up for a membership. So everyone's been given a year membership. So I'm sure that some of the staff may know just from seeing them personally, but not documented. No, sir.
Yeah, we don't have a classification for
It's all the same right now.
snowbird versus just resident.
Just take it up $10. That's my vote.
Wouldn't be worth it to us. We wouldn't even recommend doing it if you're going to do it for $10.
What's that?
It's not even worth the headache if you're going to do it for $10.
Why?
It's only going to generate $2,000. Why even raise it and get them all flustered for $10 if you're going to continue to do it every year?
$10 every year.
For $2,000.
I mean, I don't understand where you're coming from.
I just don't think it's worth the headache.
It's an amenity. These people, I mean, Joe's right, and we can argue the amount of money. I mean, the initial suggestion was a little high.
At 125 or 150?
150, yeah. They're paying 60 now. We did that to a golfer, they'd have our heads.
Yeah, they've been paying $50 for 10 years.
We did at 3%. 3%.
You know, if we screwed up and didn't raise it, doesn't mean that we should all raise it at once and try and catch up. We've never done that before. We didn't do that. I mean, we use common sense when we do price increases, supposedly.
So you're saying because things have been done wrong in the past, just stick with it until you get it right eventually?
Make it right, but you don't have to make it right in one swoop. Because it ain't going to matter in the long run. How much we talking about? I mean, seriously, you're not talking about big dollars to begin with in the total scope.
Talking $45,000 difference?
If you do them all.
If we do it the way we're proposing, yeah.
You're going to lose a lot of people.
So just for comparative purposes, a family membership at the YMCA costs you $72 a month. That's a total of $864 for an all-inclusive membership, right? You get the pool, you get the fitness, you get the racket club, $864 a year. We're offering it at $400. That's 50% off compared to the YMCA. That's with the increase.
Look at what the YMCA offers versus what we offer.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're offering a $10 a month package.
The facilities are night and day.
At half? You think it's worth half of what the YMCA offers? You think our facility is that discounted?
I think, you know what, you usually, back in my other life, I always had to justify things.
Yeah.
And if I don't make any improvements, it was very difficult.
We are making improvements. The racket club's getting improved. It's getting a shuffleboard court. We're getting shade.
The pool.
I'm saying, but as a whole, we're making improvements to all of them, and you don't want to increase it.
Don't give a damn about the whole.
About the what?
The whole. They don't care. We're talking pool. You know, when we redo a pool, you want to charge them, at least you can say, we spent X amount of money on the pool, this is what we're going to do. And that should be part of the questionnaire. If we give you a new pool.
Yeah, but we just gave them brand new furniture. We're cleaning more because of COVID. There's things that we are doing to benefit and offer the services there. So if you think $10 a month is unreasonable, I think that's hard to swallow for unlimited access.
Okay.
You think it should be $6?
You mean you did the maintenance you should have been doing? Yeah, you did the maintenance you should have been doing.
Correct.
You didn't do anything over and above what you shouldn't have done. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Fine.
We are improving it every year, you know? I'm not opposed to getting it in, and I agree we should do maintenance, but we are improving it. Oh.
I think the best way to explain this is what we did on the pickleball club. I mean, instead of saying 200% increase, I mean, it's $5 a month to $10 a month. I mean, I don't understand it, and I understand that it's just, if it would make it better for Joe to go from 60 to 120, but if you're down here and enjoy the pool or enjoy the pickleball thing, $10 a month is too much.
No, it's not.
Too much.
It's not. It's just a snowbird.
People are saying that.
Oh, it's too much. People are saying that.
I mean, what do you want to cut? What do you want to make the pool? Joe, what do you want to make the pool a year? 120. 120? Okay. See, I'd have no problem with that.
But then he also wants to have a 3-month or a 5-month?
I'm gonna have a 6-month rate for 75% of that.
So, Joe, are you proposing the pool be at 120 and the other facilities at 125, or make them all 120?
Just the pool he's talking about.
See, because the pickleball club's
But
125.
that's my issue, is once again, we're trying to come here and justify our position, but we're discounting the pool over the racket club and the fitness center, which don't have as much overhead or cost. So I don't understand how that is, from a business mind point, how we can come to you and justify that, and you guys would be in agreement with that. From a management standpoint, I just don't understand I could ever come to you and say 120 for the pool, but 125 for the fitness center, which is a closet with 5 machines.
Make it 125, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and see, I would. I mean, if we want to cut it a little, but if somebody doesn't want to, for $125, like this lady that came here, God bless her, I mean, I wish golf membership was $125. I mean, but that's $10 a month, 10 a month. That's the way I look at it. It's not. I know it's a big increase, but from $5 to $10, and you like the facility, I don't think we could go wrong. I mean, I don't, and I'll take all the heat in the world for $10 a month versus $5 a month.
Maybe we should sell it as a monthly.
So the proposal is to change the 150 down to 125?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine with me.
And add a 6-month.
And add a 6-month?
125 across the board?
Now what about family membership?
I mean, we're not, I know we did wrong by not raising it every year.
What is the rate for the 6-month? I'm sorry. The rate
I think 90 was proposed.
is
Was that-
proposed on 90 in his email.
Yeah, 90's fine with that.
And is that just for the pool?
Yeah, can you clarify, is that just for the pool, or is that also going to be, because if that's the case, there has been interest in a 6-month membership for just Racket Club as well, because there are snowbirds that just use Racket Club, so how do we address those concerns?
6-month membership.
No 6-month membership.
Yeah, I don't think
We
it's,
did that in golf.
if you went in 3 months, 22 times in 3 months, it'd be the same as paying a 6-month membership. You're probably better off going the day pass rate and just paying $4
And some people may
per
do
person.
that. But I
So,
think we can offer that anyway. So let's do that across all 3. I personally think that we're way overcharging for the fitness center, but let's just say they're all $125 for a year, $90 for 6 months.
If you pay the daily rate on the pool, can you still participate in the water aerobics? Or do you have to be a member? We have it now where you have to be a member.
I believe that technically you just have to have a valid admission into the pool, so a day rate would
Okay, that would work.
be
Okay,
fine.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed. Are we doing 6 months now? 6-month memberships?
that's what's being proposed.
That's what's being discussed right now.
Proposing based
We all
on-
do remember what happened in the golf when we went from 12 months down to 5. We got hammered. We got hammered.
We do understand that. The difference here is that the new 6-month rate will be higher than the current 1-year rate. So some people who object...
Why don't you make the 6-month rate the year-round rate?
Can we get
then?
we need a consensus.
But
on
we
that.
don't
Yeah.
have a 6-month rate.
But-
And golf, we do not have a 6-month
have
rate.
5.
And that will be the first thing that you hear,
Oh.
is that we want a 6-month rate when we come down here.
Yeah, well, they're
I
gonna
say
get
no
that.
6-month
They're
period.
gonna get it.
No, none. No, it's either,
went
on
through
this
this
you
in
pay
golf.
yearly, or that's it.
We did. We
Yeah.
went through
It's
this
not
in
that
golf.
much
It was not
money.
much fun.
How about we do that? We just give a year's membership and forget the 6-month one? Is that okay with you, Joe? Raise it to 125 for a year and just offer that rate.
No 6
No
months.
6 month.
If you think the snowbirds are gonna pay $30 a month, that's fine. I don't think they will.
Yeah, I don't see 30,
That's what they're paying.
but if they use it a lot, how much is it a day? 5 hours a day if you,
Well, then they can buy the daily rate.
That's what
It'd
I
be
said.
cheaper
Yeah.
for them. on the days that they go.
We didn't get hammered on the 5-month rates at the golf course. That's bullshit.
But if you offer a
He's saying that,
if you offer a 6-month rate, the golf course will say, I want a 6-month rate. No doubt in my mind about that.
Second 5. I don't have a problem with that.
So I think we got, what is it, 2,
We're not-
3, 2?
At this point, no 6-month membership, and then we're going to change the pool annual membership
To 125.
down to 125 from 150.
Has there been, are we talking about family? Do we keep that at the 225?
Is that,
That's okay with me.
It's okay with me.
Okay.
What are we doing for the family annual membership?
Well, that's not that bad, anyway.
No, that, it's really not. Because I believe that you can have up to 5 people on a family membership. Now, they have to live in the same household, so, for instance, mother, father, children, if a grandmother lives in the house, then that's included. But technically, that membership, I believe, allows it's either up to 5 or 6.
That's less than $20 a month.
as long as the annual, I think, the annual membership would be $15 less than if you went to buy 2 individual memberships. So now it would be $250 for 2 people, but to buy the
$225.
family would be $235. Is that correct?
$225. So it's $25 less.
Yeah. 125 and 225.
You're looking at the non-resident
Oh,
single.
225. Oh, that's non-resident. I apologize. Oops, I was going that way.
What?
I was going across. Sorry.
Annual membership.
There we
family,
go.
You say that's going to go up to 225.
Correct.
Yes.
And then the non-resident rates are not available anymore?
Not a membership. You can only do day passes. You're not allowed to be a member if you're a non-resident.
Can you do that legally?
We're still charging daily admission, so we still allow them to come in the pool. They have to pay a daily admission to come in.
Correct.
At a higher price.
Why are we doing that?
We just didn't get a lot of volume, so if you look at page 27, we had 1 sold in both categories.
There's nobody there.
There's nobody that does it.
So we might as well just,
So it's not being
But we have
utilized anyway.
we have to keep it open to the public and offer daily.
Okay.
And they do utilize that, but they don't utilize the membership.
Correct.
correct.
So somebody explain to me exactly what we're doing so I'll know.
Okay.
Really, the only change to the sheet is
It's
the 125
$125.
for the annual membership for the pool.
Okay.
All right, so we'll bring back these rates to the next
So
meeting
we're
for
gonna
adoption.
We're going to raise the fitness corner to 125?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Have you guys ever seen that place?
Oh, yeah, I don't go there anymore.
Wow.
That would give us more
I
support.
got a tough time with that one. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
It's only $10 a month.
Huh?
It's only $10 a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay $100 a month to go in there. I mean, seriously, I'm serious. I think there's just no justification in the world to raise that.
You can only be there if you're a member. It's convenient to your home. How do you put a value on that?
$10 a month, yeah. I mean,
Less than $10? We just replaced equipment again. Once again, there's
$10,000 in equipment
When they
last
get the
year.
other place opened up, are we going to really keep this open? No.
Yeah, we should.
Why?
We'll fight about that.
Huh?
We'll fight about that later.
I know we'll fight about that, but no way. Why would we put any money into it if we got one right down the street?
Because we're not the hospital, we're Sun and Lake.
Pay $35
But we
That's
could be
my-
Sun and Lake.
Huh?
It could be part of Sun and Lake.
Oh,
If
don't
we-
go there. I don't want to.
I don't, well, but it's right there. Why would we spend the amount of money it would take
Well,
to
we can
build
let's close the restaurant. They got a restaurant over there too. We can close our restaurant. We just could send everybody over there to eat. I mean, I don't know.
Any other discussion on the fitness corner?
raise it, go ahead and raise it.
I'm sorry?
I could leave it alone,
I mean,
because it's
doesn't make sense.
nothing there.
How
Per
how many
se.
we got? The reality is, help me with this, because I know a lot of the fitness clubs go through the silver sneakers.
Correct.
So if we raise the rate to 120 or 125, are we going to be getting 125 from the silver sneakers people?
No, my understanding is that Silver Sneakers is, I guess, more of like a prorated amount, and it's used based on how many times that individual person comes in. So there's a tablet of some sort that, like, they have kind of a different check-in. Their membership aspect is a little bit different than if I were to go in and be a member there. So Silver Sneakers, and it's not technically under Silver Sneakers, whoever it is that cuts us the check for that. We get a check, I believe it's every month from them based on how many times a Silver Sneaker member used our facility. So
How much is the amount per visit?
I can't remember off the top
The
of my head.
179 count. Is that,
My point is, of the 179, most of them aren't really paying us anything.
are they golf members also?
Those are actually paid.
Those
We
are
only
paid.
included in here paid
They are
through our
paid.
point of sale.
That's not the silver sneaker
This does not
members?
include silver sneakers.
Yes, 179 revenue.
So we make $10,000 off the fitness center right now.
Gotcha. Well, now it definitely's got to go up, but got 180 people buying into that.
Okay, I'm
No, I don't either.
I'm going to open this portion of the workshop up to public comment,
Yeah.
because I know there's some public that want to talk about these rates.
Well, I want to talk, wait a minute, what about the racket club? We're going up to the 125 on the racket club?
That's
It
what's
already
in
is.
discussion, but let's hear the public comment before we
It already
finalize
is.
that part of the meeting.
It already is that way.
Yeah.
It already is raised.
It already is.
What, it's up to 125?
The racket club.
Yes, 125.
Javita McKinney,
Says it's 60.
Was 60, now going to 120.
resident. I agree with it because listen up, folks. You have to pay for what you get. It's like having a private club. Just tell them that. And of course, it's not a state-of-the-art, the size. However, it's the convenience, and it's the, if you promise to keep it clean and promise to keep it updated, we don't have a problem with it. It's just if you're paying for something and it's no quality to it. It doesn't have to be huge. And then people still have the choice to go down the street. My husband and I, just use as an example, we prefer to be close because I can just ride my bike to the club. If I have to get in my car and drive down to the Y, you know, it can happen, but it's a bummer sometimes. And the convenience is what we're paying for. And the privacy, and it's clean. You don't see strangers in there.
Is it worth 100?
It's worth 125. I'm telling you. Well, I'm from Atlanta, though. You see, I have a different point.
Yes.
I have a different vantage point. So you've got to know the horses you're having to stable. And the people that aren't from Atlanta, let them go down the street and pay cheap. Hey, that's all you could do. Okay, I had a point too when I was up here. I think it's great because when I first moved here, it was 120 to go here. And you guys dropped it. We were like, yay. So, yeah, just don't go up to 300, okay?
No, and we did take care of that issue that we got that letter from, cleaning up.
It was a non-issue.
Okay.
Can I talk to you when we finish? I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other public comment on the rates for the recreation? Okay, bring it back to the board. So, are we in agreement that we're basically going to go to the same rates for all three facilities, 125 a year?
Yes.
And I'm hearing there's not a majority that want to offer a partial year rate. So it's strictly, my mic isn't working?
There it is.
Now it is, okay. It's not an omnidirectional mic, apparently. So we're consensus that we'll go to 125 for each facility and no breakdown of shorter periods. So
Correct.
And that's
just the annual rate.
That's 125 for individual memberships across the board.
Correct.
And for the record, I think it's wrong.
I'm sorry, which is wrong?
I said, these price increases I don't agree with. I'm just going on the record as telling you that.
Okay. So basically, Omar, we lost $25
Yeah.
from the budget for the membership, so how much did that cost us?
So for full memberships, we have 180 of those in that category. So 180 times 25, $4,500.
Okay.
So good thing you added the other 20.
Omar, we did all this for 55,000, right? About?
Yeah. Page 30 shows you the summary of the general fund. No change in operating revenues from budget 2 to 3, $3,662,500. The transfer in required to balance this budget did go up from the 185 up to 385 to cover the $200,000 difference in golf subsidy. No change in administration, no change in community services, no change from budget 2 in recreation, finance. We did have a change in public safety security, and that is on page 38. So we offset the budget for salaries and labor by $15,000. Mike requested that we provide additional funding in order for the security supervisor to work 3 day shifts. So in this year's current budget, we eliminated all day shifts and had code enforcement and roads and grounds cover the security on-call phone during the day shift because we had employees here. He's proposing that he needs that security supervisor to work 3 day shifts, which is an extra $15,000 a year in that department. We offset that by reducing the sheriff patrol. So the sheriff patrol was at 9,600. We dropped that in half by 4,800, and then he offset $5,000 in each department for repairs and maintenance.
The sheriff patrol.
Huh?
The sheriff patrol? You mean the cop?
Yes.
We haven't done that in months, have we?
We had 6 months budgeted in the budget.
We haven't done it for months,
Correct.
so we shouldn't even be in there at all. Well, right?
Yeah, it's in there for 4 months.
We left it in there just in case.
Just in case.
Well, just in case, I mean, things are, I mean, got back to normal or the way it should be. People saw the sheriff here, they started to pay attention to what was going on. We hope we don't have to go back there, but we left that, I think it was what, 4,500, Omar?
4,800.
4,800 in there in case we have to ask them to come back and do the speed traps and things like that.
Could you, during the time that you don't have that, could you provide a ranger for the course with that money?
If you want, I mean, we used to do the ranger. I mean, we were.
Well, but they're talking $4,800 a month?
Yeah.
No, 4,800 for the whole year.
A year. And I think that's probably what we used to have a ranger on it 3 days a week, 3 nights a week. And it was,
Just in the
like,
evening.
you know,
Is that in the evening? Is that
in the
correct?
evening, yeah. We didn't do weekends, which I heard somebody, brought up, which probably should.
Never mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd rather leave it.
I got a question on 35.
Yeah.
Again, listening to the tape from the last meeting, I thought we were not doing an additional person in recreation that you guys wanted to hire.
I agree.
Is that correct?
So that question was brought up at the last meeting, whether we could, kind of just off the fly, Herrick asked if we could handle it internally.
Yeah.
In the past, we've never been able to handle it internally. It was always maintained by golf staff in the past.
But
So-
the outcome of that meeting was that you were going to do it.
That was one opinion out of 5, just off the cuff. So we met, and we feel like we still need that. We're going to take that responsibility on at the district and not have golf staff handle that. So that's another service that we're offering with this increase to the racket club facility and all these other facilities.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you got that. My understanding was that we were adding that staff person because it was going to also add to the security of non-members coming in through the gate that sometimes gets left ajar.
Correct.
So I thought we were adding that position. I'm not sure where you heard that we weren't.
I heard it on the recording. I remember Mike. Mike said, I'll take it over.
Yeah, I asked a question.
That's what I
The
heard.
question was asked. Then, at that time, it was, he was going to take it over. Then there was a
What I
substitute.
said was, we were doing
We
it
would
now.
at least look at it, and
We were doing it now, we haven't doing it. Golf used to do it, and I don't know why they pulled the person off, but we took over about maybe 3-4 months ago, and we've been handling it since then.
So
My
is-
opinion is, I think it should stay in the maintenance area department, because they also do a lot of maintenance in those areas.
Well, where is it now?
It's in maintenance.
No,
It's a
still in,
maintenance
it's still in
value.
recreation.
We're going to pay for it out of recreation. That's all we're saying. We're going to budget in recreation. That's where we're going to fund the position because, number one, I mean,
So
our rates
allocated
are going to go
cost.
up. Number two, we'd like to take over that facility and away from.
Yeah, I
Well, my-
agree. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's-
There's just too much
we're just
going on there.
budgeting- We're budgeting in that department because that's where the funding's going to come from, so.
They all mean well, but we need to be in charge of that. And I know they say they police themselves, but
No, they don't.
they don't. So
They absolutely do not.
they do
So
not police
The
themselves.
position is in the recreation. That's where we
The
put it,
positions in the recreation, yes, sir.
and that's where we're going to budget it. Even though they're going to do something else besides the recreation facilities?
No.
No.
Oh, I thought you said maintenance, or somebody said maintenance.
Now, Mike is saying that they do some maintenance in that area, so having the
Yes.
maintenance person there, they'll still be doing some maintenance in that area. They
Yes,
just won't be
absolutely.
monitoring it like we need it monitored.
Okay, I guess, the survey, I hate to go back to it, you know it, I think you've read it, I'm sure. Had a lot of criticism on the upkeep of the pool area and stuff.
The survey that came from golf?
Yeah.
I did read it, but I thought most of our numbers were like
Not the
eights
numbers.
and higher.
Well, I read the comments.
Okay, the document I have only had, I sent a memo in, there was only a few comments, so if there's,
Yeah, there's a one big version.
okay. I'm sorry? I have not seen an email today.
It's the one from Cynthia.
I have not seen that email today.
Today?
Today?
Yesterday.
Is that the one you're talking about, Joe? Yeah, it really came through yesterday.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I was not copied on that email.
Yes, sir.
So page 38, we talked about the $10,000 increase in that department, $5,000 decrease in buildings and grounds to offset that additional labor and security, and then an additional $5,000 decrease in page 40 in the roads department under repairs and maintenance to offset that security. We also have the utilities director included in this budget as well.
Yeah. Are we looking for one? It's $80,000.
I was looking for one, yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you're going to try and fill it,
Until
right?
his announcement on retirement, that's changed a few things, but I'm still looking into what we need to do there and job duties and assigned functions, so.
And I guess my last question in this subject. What are we doing, did we ever decide what we're doing with the hospital? I couldn't tell by the last month's report.
Right now, we don't have any monies budgeted inside our marketing program for the hospital.
Okay.
Is it,
The only definitive thing we decided as a board was that the $1.5 million was out.
yeah, that's the only thing.
Well, it's not, but we... Okay, so the $1.5 million is out, and there's nothing in the budget for the next year.
There's nothing
Correct.
inside the budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that the consensus of the board? I believe we brought back some ideas, they would, over the $200,000 pledge, we could spread that out over 10 years and budget $20,000 per year.
Right.
In the event that we wanted our name at the front entrance lobby.
Okay, so if anybody asks me, we have no plans in giving the hospital any money. People are asking me. I'd like to be able to.
I tell them we're not. I get the same questions, and I say, there's no plan.
Okay. Am I good in saying that?
You're good in saying that. There is no plan.
There is no plan. There could be tomorrow, but there isn't right now.
Yeah. Everything is subject to whatever might happen down the future, but right now,
No.
the direction is, no, we're not spending any money with the hospital.
Okay, thank you.
So page 42, just to recap the capital, $7,500 in server and firebox upgrades, and then $130,000 for roads equipment, and then the $200,000 golf subsidy to round out the general fund. Any other questions on the general fund?
I guess the question that I want to address, you kind of glossed over it with the page that shows what 1.5% would do, but in that we are raising cost of living on the golf, and we didn't raise the assessments last year. I think we need to look at raising the assessments rather than going 2 years without raising the assessments, or we're going to get behind there as well. Obviously, our costs are going up, and I would not be opposed to a 3% increase on the assessments. I just want to get what the rest of the board thinks. We're talking $21 on a $700 assessment.
We have a balanced budget this year. We have an excess, right?
Yeah.
We're going to have money left over, so.
Well, there's a lot of assumptions in that, and the only reason we got to a balanced budget was we knocked out a lot of capital. If you put that Aqua Tea back in, we're going to be deficit again real quick. If the Canadians don't come back, we're going to be in deficit even bigger.
And that, but the 3% there is not going to help either, but.
Well, it's going to help.
I know. I just think we've added increases to everything other than that, and I think that's one big pill that the membership's going to have to swallow as it is, and to go up even more on the assessments. But if you went, what is that 3%? What does that bring you?
$700 becomes $721.
I know, but I mean, what's the
So
total?
the 1.5 provided $40,000 in extra revenue, so probably about 80. You just double that.
80, yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Your turn.
No.
I'm not in favor of it this year.
Okay, I guess we got a consensus against. Okay.
And then last is the utility fund. I'm going to go, we didn't change anything on the page 46 and 47 is our current rate schedule, which provides the deposits, and then our base rate, which is currently $33. Page 48 shows the averages of all the municipalities in Highlands County and where we stand. So we're right in line with all the other municipalities inside city limits. Page 49 shows the excess of $570,000, $385 of that, which is going to the general fund, and then $185, which we talked about, is the excess that we're saving for future capital at the moment, before any revisions. Other than that, we didn't have any changes to the utility fund as a whole. Not sure if we want to go down the list of the capital items and discuss required versus non-required, but unless anyone has any other questions.
What on the capital items can't wait until January?
Where are they?
So we-
Page 55.
Yeah, page 55.
It's 392,000. What can't wait till January? You have to tell us.
Cannot or can? Oh, cannot.
Cannot.
I think the
I would say the lift station repairs would be something that we need to move forward with. The survey cart is something that is not critical to the operation. So that would be a cannot, I mean, we could wait.
I didn't see that.
That's in the 72,000.
We're on page 56, right?
So the 72,000 is comprised of 22 for the survey cart and 50 for generators.
So if we have to wait till first quarter, those two items, we definitely could.
I don't think we have a choice on the service pumps or the interconnect valve.
Or the interconnector, we need to move forward with that.
So, I'm sorry, which ones?
Basically, we need to spend everything immediately other than the 72,000.
Other than the 72,000.
So everything on this list we have to do before January?
Except for the
No.
generator and the survey card.
No.
Except for the generator
And
and
the service card.
The
survey
bottom two.
card.
we got to do all that before January?
No, we won't be able to complete that before January. With the smoke test, we would have to put out for bid that project, and along with the high service pumps, unless there is a state contract. I'm not sure.
I just think, I'm just worried about what happens with this fall. That's the only reason.
But our utility operation is a guaranteed,
But
again, revenue.
Yeah, the utility fund's a little different.
if we
It
could
is.
put it off to January, do we have to do them in 2021? In 2020, 2021? I mean, even though we say we could put it off to January, this is stuff that has to be done, is it not?
It has to be done. That is correct.
I mean,
I'm
we
talking about
can't
the
put it
smoke
off
test.
another year.
Well, the smoke test is to evaluate our manholes, and we do have some manholes that are in the
Right.
very, very much need of repair.
As we have seen from emergency repairs.
So that's right. This is, the Edgewater is a prime example of
Yeah,
that.
I know. That's why I'm saying, I don't
yes.
think this is actually, even though we may be able to put it off until January, it still needs to be done.
Still has
this
to be
fiscal
done.
year, or
I would agree.
in the
Yeah.
budgeted year.
I would agree.
Yeah, these are expenses that I would not try to put off because, the positive is we have the reserves. We're not going to be bankrupt if we end up having to dip into reserves, but these are necessary expenses, so holding them for 3 months just doesn't make sense.
I don't have anything else on the budget.
Okay, anybody have anything else on the budget?
All right, we're going to bring back the recreational rates for approval at the next meeting.
Okay,
We're also going to have the
sorry.
survey discussion, and we also will have actually two surveys discussions. We're going to have one on the one that Billy Casper has already prepared for us, and the results from that, and then the proposed survey on the recreation master plan. That will also, we'll bring back to the board with that.
And your goals and objectives.
Yes, and that too.
Okay, any public comment on the workshop here?
Mark Camp, a resident. It's been a very spirited meeting today, guys, especially earlier. I only have a little clarification. There was a little bit of hedging about this facility, the hospital, and since we have all of the people here that would be making all of those decisions, and I think Ariel's back there, there's nothing on plans right now to do anything with the hospital. I believe that's what I heard.
That's what you heard.
That's what I heard. Now, initially I thought that they were looking for potential funding to help them assist in building that facility, and also looking for a sponsor and a relationship with Sun and Lake so that we could utilize our name down there. Is there a window of time that says they no longer are looking or soliciting for money from Sun and Lake?
I would,
They have not indicated that there is a specific time frame. But what they're going to do now that we have not committed to the 1.5 million, they're going to reach out to other very potential large partnerships in our community. So I believe that is their goal. I mean, with the COVID pandemic, I'm not sure where the foundation stands as far as moving forward with potential donors. That's up to them, but there's no time frame that they've given us.
Okay, and thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it.
I don't think they have any donors.
Okay. I know I shouldn't say I know. I did hear that the proposal was to do like the 200,000 over 20 years, or 10 years, I guess, 20,000 a year. That was
10 years.
And that was going to come out of operating?
Correct. The marketing plan.
Okay. But that's still up in the air, so that could come down the road in the future.
There's no
It'll
plans
be
right now.
it'll be up to the board. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Very good meeting. Like I said, spirited.
That's one word for it.
okay, if there be no other business, we are closed. Oh, time, I'm sorry.
Not yet.
You move too slow.
Good afternoon. After about 5 hours of information, which is a lot to really absorb. The only thing is that, there's been people up here complaining about their roads, and when there was complaining about the restaurant, and you've got to be able to resolve these problems, really, because we got to attract people, and the only way you get rid of a deficit is you have more revenue. And the more revenue you have, the better off you are. And to make this place attractive, this marketing program, we've had people blah, blah, blah. I don't know where it is and how it stands right now. You probably go on YouTube and find out. But, it's heartbreaking to see a good facility, good place. It is struggling. I know we're in the epidemic. We all understand that. And there's some real financial problems. But we've got to address them. And I just wish everybody has the wisdom of Solomon and figure out what can we do. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, let's try again. Anybody else? Okay, we're done. Thank you all for coming.